are numerous sufferers of sleep paralysis across the globe. It's said to affect all kinds of people, all kinds of members of society. It may not affect everyone, but I want to share my experience. There are some theories out there that say that you're more likely to get sleep paralysis when you're overly tired. But for me, sleep paralysis tends to strike when I fall asleep on my back. I don't mean every night or anything like that. It's just the only thing I remember that was different that night. By the end of my recital of my experience, you'll likely understand why I always sleep on my side nowadays. No matter how much I want to roll over onto my back, those few moments of discomfort before sleep, they're not worth risking sleep paralysis or a repeat of what happened this night. So on the night in question, I woke up on my back in the middle of the night. I felt a strange numbness in my fingers and my toes. They felt odd, so I wanted to flex them. Stretch a little to relieve that weird feeling. However, when I tried, I found that I couldn't move them. They felt stiff. It's hard to explain, like they were made of stone or something. This, of course, is a terrifying realization in the middle of the night. I felt beads of sweat gathering on my brow. I'd never experienced anything like it before. I remember trying to move my fingers. I was putting all of my strength into moving them. I got to the point where I felt as if my eyes were bulging out of their sockets with the mental effort I was trying to exert. Clearly, it didn't work. Next, I tried a different tactic. I tried to calm down a little. What else could I do? I didn't have much else to focus on, so for some reason I decided to count the wrinkles or lines on my ceiling. I just wanted a sense of normalcy. By the way, if you ever try what I did, look at the lines in the ceiling, you'll see how wide the room is. That was just something I noticed. I got tired of the ceiling, and being as the only thing I could control was my eyes. I looked around the room, but then suddenly my eyes fell on something at the foot of my bed. There were 4 yellow eyes peering at me. It was horrifying. Imagine these cold, yellow lights at the end of your bed. You see them just over the arches of your paralyzed feet, and also, you cannot move. There's no fear like that. My mind was a blur. I felt as if everything in my body had been put on pause. My head was filled with these images that I hadn't seen before. Images I cannot explain or understand. I knew then that somehow those eyes were not human. In my room, there was nothing but darkness and those horrid, glowing yellow eyes. The 2 sets of eyes then suddenly split up. One pair of eyes went to the left side of my bed, the other to the right. The speed the eyes moved at was unnaturally fast. My heart was thundering in my chest. I just wanted to sink into my mattress and disappear. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I could feel them drying out, but that was the least of my worries. The glowing, dark yellow eyes approached the side of my pillow. They were studying me. I felt their cold glow all up and down my body. What are you? I wondered. My heart rate was causing my vision to blur. I could hear how labored my breathing had become. I could feel a tightening in my throat. The yellow eyes then focused on my own eyes, from left to right. I felt my face get hotter and hotter, and then, I guess the fragile grasp I had of my own consciousness was severed. The last memory I have of that night was seeing nothing but those yellow eyes gradually fade out to black. There isn't really much more I can tell you about that night, to be honest. I'm not sure if I want to know any more details. I guess it doesn't sound that scary when you write it. Maybe I cannot put into words how I felt at the time because, for me, whenever I think back on that night, an ice-cold shiver races up my spine when I'm reminded of the eyes. terrifying basement entity. I guess this could be considered a handful of paranormal stories, so I guess here goes. Also, sorry in advance, this is a bit of a long one. I've lived in southern Idaho my entire life, and lived in the same house up until a couple of years ago, when my family decided to sell it. I'm 21 now, but this story occurred a few years ago, when I was about 17, and I lived with just my mother in this house. This house was in a quiet suburban neighborhood in West Chester. There were always weird and unexplainable things that would happen in the house, but I've always been relatively paranoid, and I suffer from chronic anxiety, so I'd always try to find a logical reason behind things moving and falling, or the knocking and thumping noises. But there were a handful of incidents that couldn't be explained by any rational or logical thought, hypothesis. I was home alone rather often. I'd tend to lock myself in my room whenever I was home alone, especially once it got dark out, and I typically refused to leave my room or the upstairs till someone else was there. I'd like to give a kind of layout of the house to give a better understanding of things, and I'd also like to note that I have heightened senses, especially hearing, feeling, and touch. Upon entering the front door, there's a hallway straight ahead leading to the kitchen. In that hallway leading to the kitchen was the downstairs half bathroom. To the left of that door, no more than a few steps, were the stairs leading up and the archway leading into the dining room. From the dining room, there was, to the right, a sort of living room. It was smaller, and we used it as a storage room in later years. So it had various boxes filled with toys and belongings, and a big round coffee table in the middle, and my old dollhouse that was battery-powered, as it had functioning sounds, lights, even a little doorbell on the front of it. From this room, you could enter the kitchen to the right. The kitchen had an island that was directly in front of the hallway, leading to the front door. The basement door was to the left of this hallway, or on your right if you continued straight. If you did so, you'd also pass the pantry on your right, next to the hallway, and the garage door, again on the right. Then, directly in front of you would be the family room. It had 2 skylights, a brick fireplace, and to the left, the sliding glass door, leading out to the back patio and yard. At the top of the stairs, immediately to your left, was the master bathroom, and directly in front of you was a bedroom. We also used this as storage in later years. If you turned left, there was a bathroom, and across from it, the linen closet. Continuing straight and off to the left was another bedroom door, right next to the linen closet. And then at the end of the hall was my bedroom, for the most part, in the last couple of years. This bedroom was right above the garage, and oftentimes I could hear and feel when the front door, garage door, were being opened or closed. I could usually feel and hear the basement door open and close too. I never felt any cars or pickup trucks passing by on the quiet neighborhood road outside, though. Just the UPS truck or the Rumpke truck. The basement, though, had narrow wooden stairs leading down to a small landing that stepped down onto the concrete basement floor on either side. If you went to the right and basically did a U-turn, you could walk back to the washer and dryer area. To the right of this area was a crawl space that always freaked me out. Unfortunately for me, this basement is where 2 of my most unfortunate and terrifying stories happened. Now that that's out of the way, on to the story. A lot of the time when I'd be home, I'd listen to music, whether by speaker or by earbuds, and I'd play my games on my PS4. A lot of those times I'd hear or feel weird thumps, shakings, vibrations, and other noises. There were a couple of times I swear I heard talking, and a few times where the thumps I heard a lot or felt were big and loud enough to cause me to grab the house phone, or my phone, and a weapon of some sort, before I left my room to check out the house, and eventually found nothing. It's worthy to note that while I had a cat, Siren, he was always in the room with me whenever I locked myself in there, as he would freak out if he couldn't get to me. He would also react to things around the house that myself or no one else could see, but it was very obvious that he was staring at something, angrily arching his back and growling or hissing. He's very protective of me and would only do this if I was nearby. Otherwise, he never reacted that way around my mom when she'd be alone downstairs. For the most part, things that happened in the house were never malicious, but every now and then, stuff like dishes shifting without any prompting, whether by vibration or otherwise, random things just up and falling off of counters and tables, or thumping in the living room, would suddenly cause an overwhelming, nauseated feeling for me, and a strong sense of fear, like something really wasn't happy. And it was quite obviously making its presence known, or it felt like it was just staring me down with the most hateful feeling ever. One of my favorite group of incidents, though, was when the toys and things, not the dollhouse, would shift or thump in the living room. They were always smaller, and it always seemed like there was something playful in the living room. I'd often hear it while sitting on the couch with Siren in the family room. The dollhouse, however, had the same batteries in it for the longest time, and every now and then, I'd pass through the living room, and all the lights on it would be on. Sometimes noises would be going. If I was on the couch watching TV, I'd just hear the doorbell ring, and Siren would get off of his cat tower in front of the sliding glass door, or off the couch on my lap, to check it out. Every now and then, he'd freak out over this and come running back to me. I swear, that dollhouse creeped me out. When it would start making noises, or everything would just turn on, especially the doorbell, when it would just ring out of nowhere. Oftentimes, I'd hear footsteps upstairs, or going up and down the stairs when no one else was there. It was obvious the difference between my cat running around and these footsteps, by the way the thuds and frequencies would sound. Sometimes we thought it was my mother's grandfather who had passed away before I was born, as we would find pennies, which he'd always talk about and was always finding them. And there was a very comforting and almost playful presence that encompassed some of these events. One of the most noteworthy and weird incidents right before moving out was when I was sitting on the floor in the family room in front of our old wooden square coffee table. I was between it and the fireplace. I'd just eaten an instant ramen cup and had left it empty, sitting on the coffee table, a good 3 inches or so from the edge. As I was cleaning, I hadn't gone to throw it away yet. I was facing the table when all of a sudden, the styrofoam cup just flies off the table in my general direction, like it'd been smacked. I remember trying to find every possible way that this could have happened, but I ultimately came up with nothing and shrugged it off. I believe this was the last incident to have occurred. Now I've given a good amount of backstory and whatnot, on to the incident that occurred when I was about 17. Despite being utterly freaked out by the basement, I for some reason thought it would be a good idea to make it my room. This was very brief and for good reason. I remember that a good amount of others' basements never really freaked me out, not like ours did. My bed was to the right of the stairs if you were coming down them. I had a bookcase right beside it, as well as between me and the landing at the bottom of the stairs. For the most part, I never really felt anything other than mild discomfort, except for one night when I was alone, and then another night when I had my significant other with me. The first night, I stayed up relatively late as I was having trouble falling asleep due to my insomnia. My mom had already come to say goodnight and went upstairs to her room to go to bed. I think this was around 2 or 3 a.m., but I can't remember the time too well. I had finally grown sleepy, so I turned off all of the lights and laid down, checking the time and saying goodnight to a few people before doing so. I recall laying there on my stomach, all bundled up, listening to music. After a while of growing more and more tired and nearing sleep, all of a sudden I had this overwhelming sense of fear come over me. It felt like something was behind me, at the foot of my bed, just staring me down. I slowly checked my phone and realized I wasn't more than 43 minutes into trying to sleep, and I had most definitely not fallen asleep by this point. I remember pulling my phone towards me, underneath the blankets, and turning it down to listen, though I don't think I heard anything. The feeling of being stared at became even more intense, and I gripped my childhood stuffed animal tighter. I have no clue where my cat was at this point. He must have been upstairs still, because I hadn't seen him in hours, and my mom had fed him for me before bed, but he never came down after. I slowly slipped my blankets above my head and pulled them tight, as I felt safer this way. The feeling kept growing, more and more intense, to the point where I felt pure terror. You know, the kind that completely paralyzes you because you're that terrified. I'd never felt this kind of fear, anxiety, or terror, not like this before, and I absolutely could not move. All of a sudden, whatever I felt at the foot of my bed staring at me, it felt like it began moving closer, moving around the edge of the bed to the side that I was on, until it felt like it was right there next to me, just leaning over me to get as close as it could with the bookcase in the way. I was not religious at the time, but my grandparents had given me a cross that I wore around my neck, and I remember shifting just enough to tightly grasp it with my free hand while I began crying. I ended up falling asleep at some point during this, and I have no clue how long it lasted. But when I woke up in the morning, I immediately grabbed my blankets and pillows, and I put them on the couch upstairs. Siren was beside me when I woke up. He had situated himself between me and the edge of the bed, where I'd felt whatever it was standing there. He followed me closely as I went upstairs, as well as around the house for a few days after. And for a few nights after, he seemingly slept between myself and the edge of the couch, as if he was staying between myself and whatever was trying to get to me. The second incident happened when my bed was still in the basement, as I hadn't moved back upstairs yet. My now ex and I had gone to bed, again late, and had turned off all the lights. We were listening to music via my phone, and as we were getting closer to sleep, suddenly that feeling of fear began to creep over me. I was sleeping on my stomach and my ex on their back. As the feeling began to wash over me, they pulled me closer and the blankets up over us. The feeling of fear grew into terror again, and we were both afraid to move. I remember asking if they felt it too, and they whispered, yes. That's when the feeling of terror fully hit. After that morning, I moved my stuff out of the basement, and I never really went down there again till it was time to clean up the house and move out. I have no clue what it was that was down there with me, but I'm certain there was something, especially as I've been consistently taking my anxiety meds that have helped, and they'd take away my anxiety completely. I don't suffer from sleep paralysis, never have. I suffer from night terrors, and I've had a few pretty nasty night terrors about this incident. And in every single one of them, I saw a black figure that was as void of light as a black hole, except for 2 red or white dots, where I'd assume eyes were. This was and still is the most terrifying couple of events that I've been through out of my entire life, from what I can remember. I genuinely don't think I'll ever have a more terrifying experience. I don't think I'll ever know what was down there with me. But I know for certain something else was there, and that its intentions were not good in any way. I'm certain if I'd gone against my instincts and looked, I would have been met with something more than unkind, and more terrifying than the feeling I got from it. Thinking and typing about it now, I still become fearful with a twinge of terror welling up in my chest. I hope I never have to experience that again, as it's stronger than any anxiety or PTSD I've ever had. If you've made it to the end, thanks for reading. I appreciate it. I'm happy I could share my story. This only just happened last night, and I've never experienced this before, but many weird experiences at home can be attributed to it. As I was about to go to sleep last night, around 3 a.m., I heard my door open and someone walk in. Naturally, I began panicking, thinking that somebody had broken into my house. I was turned away from the door, and I didn't want to move in case somebody had. Then, suddenly, I feel the weight of someone crawl over, only slightly, as if it was a kid. And then they lay down next to me, on my bed, holding my finger. Obviously, I'm extremely confused, and am prepared to throw my blankets over them and bolt out of the room. But when I open my eyes, the weight of them on my bed disappears, and the feeling of them holding my finger slowly fades away. Other experiences I've had in the past include a girl's voice saying, "Hello," and light breathing outside my window. I've just brushed these off as my imagination, or at times, sleep deprivation. But this was different. I was awake the whole time. I talked to my mom about this. She told me that when she was pregnant with my younger brother, about 15 years ago, she used to feel someone bump into the end of her bed and stare at her. Initially, she thought it was just my older brother or I, who used to come into her room at night if we needed something. But when she would open her eyes, she wouldn't see anything. However, one day, she felt the bump on her bed and felt that someone was looking at her. But this time, it was at the side of her bed, next to her. When she opened her eyes, it was a little blonde girl in a nightie. My mom remembers following her out of the bedroom, into the hallway, and then the girl disappeared around the corner. The girl was never aggressive, and just seemed like she wanted my mom to follow her, to give her attention. And now I'm wondering if it's that same girl coming to my room now, just wanting my attention or some sort of love. Hence why she lay down next to me and held my finger. This is a long story, but good. And as true as 33 years of time, faded memory can allow. I like to think that I do remember it vividly. Some background first. When I was in 2nd grade, my parents got divorced, and my mom moved my 2 brothers, my sister, and me into a rental house. Looking back on it as an adult, it was a terrible place, but it was what my mom could afford. The floors were uneven. The house was sided in roofing shingles. The stairs shook as you walked up, and the stove required an external propane tank. there was also a dirt floor cellar with an awesome little hiding place under the stairs. Definitely a hell house, the stereotypical house for haunting. For 7 or 8-year-old me, though, it was pretty awesome. It was also my first house that didn't have wheels. My newly single mom would go on dates every weekend and would leave me with my 15-year-old sister to babysit. Though, as soon as my mom would leave, my sister would bolt off to a party or boyfriend's house. My oldest brother was 20 and would only come home when the mood suited. And my other brother, he'd always go to a friend's house a few blocks away. I was 8 years old, alone in what I now know was a crappy house. Another important note is that there was the master bedroom, a bathroom, dining room, and kitchen on the ground floor. Upstairs there were 3 rooms, my sister's room, my room that I shared with my middle brother, and the other room with a padlock on the door. Now, it's story time. I'd always heard funny noises in the house, but my mom always told me that it was just an old house, and my siblings, they never really paid any attention. But one of these wonderful Friday or Saturday nights, I was alone in the house and watching TV. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs and a child's giggle. I looked over at the stairs and there was nothing there. I hear more footsteps, nothing there. It's just an old house. More footsteps coming from the kitchen and down the stairs into the cellar. The noise stopped for a while, and I settled down, just watched TV. About 15 minutes later, I hear someone running up the stairs and into the doorway leading into the living room, and then they just stop. 8-year-old me is freaking out. So is 41-year-old me, remembering it. But that was it at first. Fast forward a few weeks of horrified and ignored me spending Friday nights sitting by myself while no one in the family could possibly be bothered to stay home with me. Something would always happen, and I was always told that it was just an old house or I was imagining it. And then my imagination spoke to me. I didn't see anyone there, and I just thought my sister left her radio on or something. I look back toward the dining room, and there's a little girl, about 7 or 8 herself, standing there. She looked vaguely like one of the kids that lived behind us, but before I could ask why she was in my house, she giggled and ran off and went straight upstairs. I ran after her. I bolted up the stairs and I saw her at the top of the landing as she ran off again, past my sister's door, past my door, and around the top of the stairs and into the 3rd door, slamming it behind her. Remember what I said about that 3rd door? It was padlocked shut. I ran downstairs. I didn't stop to put on shoes, and I was out the front door and around the back of the house to the detached garage to hide until someone came home. I guess the mood suited him because my oldest brother came home. At first, he was pissed at my mom and my sister for leaving me at home by myself, but finally, he asked me what had happened. He didn't believe my story at first. Who would? Until he looked up at the window to the 3rd room. The light was on. We stayed in the garage for a while until I was okay to go back inside, during which time my sister got home and she got one hell of an ass chewing. The 3 of us go inside and they leave me to sit in the living room while they investigate my story. I heard them messing with the padlock and then a loud crash. Some stuff moving around and then, oh, holy shit! click of a light switch, slamming door, running footsteps down the stairs. And then I see my brother and sister sprinting towards me as they pick me up, and we all load up into my brother's car and drove to my grandparents' house, 2 towns away. We told them the story, and then I heard what they found in the room. It was a lot of furniture and stuff, but my brother said that he found a picture. It looked like a little girl, the one that I'd told him about. And my sister found a rug that was stained. It was either red wine or blood. She didn't wait around to find out. They just grabbed me and booked it. I never had to step foot in that house again. But fast forward many years, about 20 years, I had just gotten out of the Marine Corps and I was working as a corrections officer in my home state and was helping with inmate files. I noticed a familiar address. It was that house. Here's the rest of the story as I know it. After we moved out, my brother had called the police because of the other stuff that they'd found in that room. And apparently there was an investigation. The red stuff that my sister had found on the rug was a bloodstain. As this was the 80s and a very small town, DNA wasn't yet a forensic tool, so they couldn't tell whose blood it was, only that it was human. The neighbors said that the father of the family that owned the house was always drunk. They suspected abuse of the mother and the daughter. Then one day, they suddenly just left for Arizona and rented out the house to subsidize income, locking up all their furniture in that one room. The parents were arrested on an unrelated charge. After that, the house was condemned and they had to get their stuff out. But they never did find the little girl until, in preparation for the demolition, they were digging in the cellar, in my little hiding spot under the stairs. When I was in middle school, so over 18 years ago, my friend and I encountered a very scary man. We always walked the same route home from school because we lived on the same street. We were weird in that we didn't walk the main road route. We liked to avoid having all of the kids on the bus pass us and yell embarrassing things out the windows as they did. Our preference was the side streets and the back alleyways. The alleyways connected to the backs of the homes on the main street. We weren't really supposed to take this way per our parents, but there had never been any issues with us walking there before. But on one particular day, we ran into a problem. As we passed by one of the houses, one that was especially messy and had lots of trash in the backyard, my friend had made a joke about how stinky it was. We were kids after all. Then, we heard the sound of an older man yelling out. At first, we stopped because we were startled to hear someone. But what he had called out was, "Hey, you little bitches." So we were also confused. He was a large man, and he wasn't that old either. I remember thinking that he looked like my dad's age, who was in his 40s at the time. But he looked angry. The kind of angry that I've never seen on an adult before. My friend and I looked at each other and then decided that we better start walking away. So we did. And we heard him holler after us, "Come on back, you little bitches." We started to pick up the pace a bit. We weren't that close to our houses yet, but we knew the area. As we continued walking, we no longer heard the man yelling after us. We decided that at the end of the alleyway, we would make our way back to the main road. But as we actually approached the end, our path was blocked by an old brown and tan pickup truck. And the driver was the man from the alley. He was sitting in his truck, and he stayed there for a while, staring us down with his empty eyes, revving his engine and twisting his face from anger to amusement. Then I saw the man reach over. I had no idea what he was going to do. Grab something, put the car in park, and get out. Either way, as soon as I saw his hand move, I just booked it in the opposite direction, grabbing my friend's arm. Within moments, we could hear the sound of a truck coming up behind us. I screamed to my friend to follow me, and she shook her head. The alleyway is narrow, so I knew that we couldn't just slide against the garages or walls. So I looked for the shortest fence that we could find to climb over. I saw a garbage can, and both my friend and I hopped up and over that random fence. The man didn't stop his truck, but he did yell as he passed by, "I'll kill you, you little bitches," followed by several honks from his truck horn and other incoherent yelling. My friend and I were ducked behind a small shed in someone's backyard, trying to catch our breath. We weren't sure if we should knock on this person's back door and tell them what happened, but instead, we just got out of there, the same way that we came in, but this time, we booked it to the other end of the alley, hung a right, and walked the extra long way home, this time, and every time after, on the main road. It's insane how much we can fear our parents as children. I never told my parents about what had happened because I was terrified of getting in trouble for taking that route home. And my friend didn't tell her parents either. My family moved before high school, so I don't know if she ever did end up telling her parents, but I told my mom just a few years ago. She and my dad were completely shocked that I'd never told them. But even 10+ years later, they were pretty mad at me. Of course, they couldn't ground me now. Nowadays, I teach kids that aren't much older than I was when all of this happened. And I see how small they really are, how small I must have been, and how big that man was. Someone that goes after children like that, they have to be a form of true evil, right? What does someone like that do if they actually get their hands on a child? Moral of the story: don't talk shit about people's property, stay out of the alleys, and listen to your parents, because you never know who you're going to encounter out there or what they might do. In 2005, I'd been out of the Marine Corps for about 2 years, and I was working as a correctional officer in a state prison. My wife wanted to continue her education, so she enrolled in the university, and we moved ourselves, our 2 children, into an apartment that was part of the student housing on campus. The building was old, and it was a cinder block building that had began its life as a luxury extended stay suites for visiting faculty and other figures that come to serve at the university for extended periods. At some point, the university turned the suites into 2-bedroom apartments that barely fit even the loosest interpretation of the building code. Rent was cheap as hell, though, so we could do it on one income. Keep that in mind as you read this and wonder why we stayed. There's what you get for background. Here's the story. The first night that we spent in the apartment, I decided to lay down with my kids in their room, since it was a new space and they were understandably scared. While we were laying there, I was next to my daughter's bed, while my son was in his bed, set along the same wall. My daughter started softly saying, "Baby, stop crying." "What baby?" I asked. She pointed across the room to where there were only some partially unpacked boxes. "Daddy, make the baby stop crying." I thought that maybe she was talking about a toy, and so I started to get up to figure it out. "Baby stopped crying, Daddy." I laid back down and I stayed close to them, with the intention of only staying there until they fell asleep, and then I would go to bed. I said that was my intention, not what happened. As I laid there, I felt my eyes getting heavier and heavier. I closed my eyes and started that wavy feeling of pre-sleep. Then I hear, right in my ear, and I mean I actually heard it with my ears attached to my head. "If you fall asleep here." The voice of a child with that tone of an urgent warning. I checked and both of my children were asleep. I dismissed it as me just being weirded out in a new space. I got up to go to bed. As I walked out the door of their room, the apartment started to kind of morph around me. I found myself in a cave-like space, or maybe a tunnel with a dim red glow. And as I walked toward the glow of light, the space started to morph back into something resembling my apartment. But the walls were a pale orange color instead of the standard apartment white. And there were other little details out of place. And none of my stuff. There was no wall between the kitchen and the entryway, and there was no coat closet and food pantry just inside the front door, just a half wall. I heard the same child's voice again. He doesn't like adults sleeping in there. And then everything just kind of melded into my apartment and my stuff. But I was in the living room of this still unfamiliar apartment, meaning I would have had to navigate an L-shaped hallway, the kitchen, moving boxes, walls, and another 90-degree turn to get where I was. But I was in my living room again. Now, this is a story about paranormal experiences, not about a PTSD dream or sleepwalking. But I initially dismissed this event as a dream or sleepwalking. We'd been living there for 2 years while my wife was in school, and I decided that I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in a prison. If I wanted to do that, I would commit a felony. So, I quit my job at the prison, and I enrolled in school as well. Over that time, little, dismissible things would happen, but nothing noteworthy. Until the next time. At this point, my son is almost 6, my daughter is almost 3, and both were in the university daycare and preschool. I'd gotten out of my morning class, and I had a few hours until my next class. I went home to chill and maybe work on some homework. After about an hour, my wife got out of one of her classes and she came home too. I was in the living room with my laptop and books. As she came in the door, she smiled at me. "Oh, hi, honey. I didn't expect to see you." She glances into the kitchen and then back to me. "Are you done with classes for the day?" "No," I responded. "I still have such and such class in a bit." "Then why did you go pick up the kids?" "Wait, what? I didn't go pick them up." "I just saw our son in the kitchen, running to his room." The kids were still at daycare. I checked the bedrooms. There were no kids in the house. So time elapses, fast forward, and it's now nighttime. The kids are brushing their teeth at the bathroom sink, which actually isn't in the bathroom, but rather in the hallway outside the bathroom. My wife and I were in the kids' room, picking up toys, in preparation for the bedtime rendition of the Hokey Pokey. You put one in bed, and the other one gets out. Suddenly, both children simultaneously just started screaming that scream that can only possibly come from a child in true terror. I came busting around the corner, and both of the kids were huddled down into the corner, pointing into the bathroom. "Daddy, there's a scary elephant." Both kids insisted that there was a scary elephant in the bathroom. So, what doesn't quite look like an animal but isn't human either? What terrifies children only for the joy of terrifying children? And what can children only describe using the frame of reference from a child's experience? Demons. When I was 17, I was ordained in my church, so I grabbed my vial of anointing oil, Israeli olive oil, and I blessed the apartment and said the prayer to drive out the unclean spirit. Only the unclean. We didn't have any more blatantly demonic experiences in that apartment after that, but there were experiences. At some point, my wife and I had gone to a thrift store and picked up a Sesame Street play kitchen, one of those ones that play character voices when you press the buttons. Most of the buttons didn't work, or you had to use full force of a sumo wrestler falling 20 feet onto the button to make a sound. I was again between classes and home, making myself lunch and getting something into the slow cooker for dinner. Wife was at work and the kids were in daycare. I was alone. I had also just finished putting fresh sheets and blankets on the kids' beds. I was standing in the kitchen, slicing onions with one of those Miracle Blade knives. And I hear none other than the Cookie Monster. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C, and then giggles. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C. Hey, Bert, you want some salt? Giggle, giggle. I just about jumped out of my skin, and the onion jumped out of my hand. I ran into the kids' room expecting to see some kid in there playing with my kids' stuff. No, still alone in the house. Except the beds looked like someone had just woken up in them. I went back to the kitchen, but along the way, something caught my eye. The carpet was starting to change color, but only in spots. Red, little spots. Then I felt the pain. Miracle Blade knives are cheap, but the commercials are not false advertising. Those things are sharp. So I drove myself to the hospital. We moved out of that apartment after my wife graduated. There were more encounters in the apartment that could be attributed to the paranormal, but they could have also been attributed to other causes. If I can naturally explain something, that's what it is, natural, even if it didn't seem natural. When all that's left is a leap off of Occam's razor, then I will share it as paranormal. And then sometimes I'm confused with evidence or new information that removes the natural explanation. In my last 3 semesters, I was teaching a class in television production for the university. I was one of the most knowledgeable persons at the school when it came to running that studio. And one of my students was an empty nester that decided to go back to school after her son grew up. She'd originally been a student at the university back in the late 60s and early 70s. She told me about the history of the apartments that I used to live in. She told me about a faculty member who was living there with his family when they were in a really bad car accident and his 2 children were killed. They lived in the one that is right where we lived. She also said she went to parties in the suites all the time. They used to have a more open floor plan, just a half wall inside the front door, no closet, no pantry, no wall separating the kitchen from the entryway. And the walls were pale orange. I love road trips. There's nothing more delightful to me than to get up an hour before the sunrise and hit the road to a destination some 100 miles in the distance. However, there are occurrences in the wee hours when time gets thin and reality blurs around the edges. I'd like to share 3 of these stories that all share a phenomenon I've come to call the screaming between. The first was during my move from North Carolina to California. I made it in a 4-day blitz across the continental U.S., which I was pretty proud of. Day 1 passed with no trouble, moving from Goldsboro, North Carolina, to Prattville, Alabama, in just 12 hours. Day 2, I got all the way from Prattville to Baton Rouge, and I knocked off early to enjoy some gumbo. Day 3 was the day that I heard it. It was about 4 in the afternoon, with a relatively clear day all around me. October isn't the hottest time in Texas, but my AC had quit working, so I had the windows down. V&V Nation's Nemesis was blaring out of my shitty Honda Civic speakers when I heard a god-awful shrieking. It was like the sound of a big sheet of steel being torn lengthwise. In a panic, I pull over into a small turnabout on the side of I-10. And before I can even figure out what's going on,
rain is hitting my car. A couple drops, then a torrent, and just ahead of me where the road dips a bit, I see a runnel of water start. I look to my left, down to the south, and this massive thunderhead is pulling from behind a butte, and this wall of water is starting to pour across the road. I never saw anything like that before, and I was stranded for a good 40 minutes as this flash flood poured not about 20 feet ahead of my car across the road. The next time was a road trip to Idaho from my new home in California. I took the route up through Nevada via Amboy and Vegas, figuring I could do the trip in about a day since the GPS predicted 12 to 13 hours for a drive. The snow was starting to come down as this was a Christmas trip, my favorite time of the year to take these journeys, visit family and friends. I had gotten roughly halfway there, around the town of Wells. It's honestly a bunch of truck stops and hotels, more of a stopover than a real town. And I was starting to get drowsy. I'd taken longer than expected due to the major traffic holdup a few hours before, and it was already pitch black around 11:30 p.m. I had just rolled down the window to let a blast of cool air invigorate me when I heard it, that same horrifying shriek sound. I jerked the wheel reflexively, and I skidded off the road. At exactly that moment, an oncoming semi drifted right into the lane that I'd been in. The last story is another Christmas road trip. This time, I was going from California all the way to Illinois. And just my luck, a winter storm comes tearing along I-70, just as I'm getting on during day 2 of my trip. It was insane. I'd gone from a slightly snowy but mostly clear day in Utah to near whiteout conditions in under an hour. Now, I'm perfectly comfortable driving in the snow, and my SUV had its snow chains, 4-wheel drive, everything in good condition. I'd replaced the Honda Civic a while back. So I figure I can keep going. A few hours more, at least. Then, of course, I hear it. That infernal hell shriek of a sound. This time, I could swear I heard it saying 13 as it screamed through the winter snow. By this time, I'm entirely out of fucks to give when it comes to that screaming, so I hit the next exit and ducked into a hotel, even though it was only 7 p.m., and I'd been on the road for less than 9 hours. The next day, as I'm driving, I counted 12 vehicles on the side of the road, overturned and wrecked, each one with massive gashes on the sides of their vehicle, like they'd been peeled back by a horrible force. I still love road trips, but part of me is always listening for that screaming when I'm between towns. Some background. I was 15 when this happened, and I lived in a house with an upper floor and a complete basement. The staircase to the second floor had no doors at either end. The staircase to the basement only had a door at the entrance, the first floor. Both staircases were L-shaped and had landings separating the turns. The space where the staircases met was as large as 2 door frames smushed together. At the time, my mom was busy working on her computer on the second floor, and my dad was running an errand, but I didn't know that piece of info until he got home. There was a doppelganger posing as my dad. To avoid confusion, I will refer to it as him in my story. My dad will be Dad. So here's the actual story. I went downstairs to the first floor to probably get some water or a snack. I don't remember. As I approached the last few stairs, I caught him exit the basement. He was standing on the hardwood floor of the first floor, only a step away from the door. Being the nice daughter I was, I went to say hi instead of doing my task. As I approached him, He went back down the stairs of the basement in a familiar pace. He wasn't rushed or anything like that when he descended the stairs. Him didn't say a single word to me. I was confused, but thought nothing of it. I followed him, but I stopped by the doorframe. At this point, he had traveled a few steps from the door. Him kept eye contact with me, but angled his body in a way that made sure he wouldn't fall. I was in the process of saying hey to him until I was struck by electricity. This electricity felt raw and alluring, though. It felt sour and so very wrong as it pulsed throughout my body. But it didn't belong in this universe, but not in an evil sense. This electricity had only lasted for a second or two before fading. For whatever reason, I couldn't stop talking. It was like my off switch was broken. I knew that I didn't need to fear him, despite that electricity. Maybe that was why I blathered on. Who knows? I certainly didn't. As I continued to talk, our eye contact never broke. Then, I hear my mom yelling down to me. "Who are you talking to?" she asks. I yelled back up, "I'm talking to Dad." After a few moments, I hear my mom walking down to the landing of the staircase, leading to the second floor. She told me that Dad was on an errand. Just wanted to remind you that my eyes remained on him while I talked to my mom. Him eventually reached the landing and had his entire body facing me. Then my brain finally began registering what my mom had said. Though that was short-lived when I heard my dad bumping up the stairs to our porch. My mom was walking the rest of the way down and asked me again who I was talking to. Since she was closer, I looked up to her to respond until I heard the doorknob twist. I looked out to the front door, then turned to face my mom and said, "See, I was talking to Dad," or something among those lines. Coincidentally, my dad had just entered the door when my mom had made it to the first floor. The doppelganger was nowhere in sight when I turned my attention back to the landing. My dad looked so confused as to what I said and my mom's stare. Then I quickly went back upstairs, worried about having to explain myself further. That never happened, but I was still very confused about what had just happened. Sometime between my blathering and my conversation with my mom, I was sitting on the floor instead of standing. I also swear that I saw something like worry or surprise register on him after the electricity. It may have also been wishful thinking. I swear to you guys that this is a true story, and I remember it in vivid detail, as you could probably tell by reading. I also wanted to add that the doppelganger was in a recognizable outfit, a thick, long green and white jersey with faded jeans. My dad wore this outfit often, especially during the winter. My dad was in some sort of long-sleeved red t-shirt and lightly worn jeans when I saw him. This has never happened before or since, though I would like to say that the doppelganger loves to taunt me from time to time. There are occasions when I hear my parents' voices off in the distance, then been told that they were on some sort of errands. Sadly, I don't have evidence of it being the doppelganger or a ghost or something else entirely. Have you guys ever come face to face with a doppelganger? I was about 6 or 7 when my mom took me on a hike through some random national park. I know that it was in California, but that's about it. What I remember most is walking through this part that was completely covered in trees. So much so that it made it seem like it was dark outside. As we were walking, I heard someone behind me laugh. It was a child's laugh, and as I turned around, I expected to see another kid, like me. Instead, I saw a little girl. She was a little smaller than me, but she looked almost glowing, and not like a person I'd ever seen. I could see her features, her clothing, her hair, but it's like she was all one color. I tugged on my mom's arm, asking her who was the girl. She turned around to look, but said she didn't see a little girl. And as she said that, I saw the girl sort of disappear as she ran away with the same laugh that she'd greeted me with. In late April 2019, I went on this tour to Ireland, and one of the things that we did was this ghost tour in Killarney. I was very excited as I love ghost tours, and I was ready for something strange to happen to me. One of the guys on the trip, whom I shall call Ty, was actually a practicing witch who grew up in Salem. We met on the tour and remained friends. And I remember him telling me that if something were to happen on this trip, it would be at the Abbey that we were going to. The bus pulls up to our hotel, and it's decked out in creepy decor as a traditional storyteller does his best to creep us out. Then we pull up to this empty lot at the top of a hill, where another guy says that he'll be taking us down into the valley, as the storyteller won't go down there. I talk with him as we go, chatting about my ghostly experiences and what he thought of all this. He explains that in all the time that he's worked there, he's never seen, felt, or heard a single goddamn thing. However, he also explained that the day he got the job, his friend in the village, who was a white witch, gave him a blessed walking stick, and he never went to work without it. So, that's why. We get to the bottom of the hill, in front of this ancient, crumbling abbey. It's about 500 years old. The guide tells the story of how a bunch of monks were massacred by the English, and 2 of them were tortured because they held the secret of the abbey's treasure, which have yet to be found. We step inside, and immediately, I can feel all the energy of the spirits around me. I can almost see them passing around me, leaving us be. Then we move to the inner courtyard, where there's this massive yew tree, as old as the abbey around it. The guide explains that the tree is cursed, so that if you touch it, you'll die in a year and a day, and even he refused to go near it. However, both me and Ty agreed that the tree felt so sad, and we both had a very strong urge to go comfort it. It was also at this time that I felt very remorseful, and I had the image of 2 monks, we were not shown any pictures, and thought, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, which was not my own thought. After this, we went into a side room, and as soon as we did, I knew there was something just chilling in the far dark corner of the ceiling. And there was something evil staring at us from outside. The guide explained that the dark corner was a hot spot for orbs, but I wasn't really listening because I was so focused on staring down the thing in the courtyard. I see its outline in my head, and it was staring me down too. I felt like I had to let it know that I was watching it, that it couldn't come inside and hurt us, that we were safe. The next stop was the most active part of the Abbey, which had been hyped up all night. The plan was for all of us, about 30, to stand with our backs to the walls and have the lights turn off for 60 seconds. They'd been jump scaring us all night. The storyteller did show up in a cloak and ran at us down a dark hallway. And in response, I shoved my friends out of the way and stood in his path. But they wanted us to truly experience the weirdness of this room. The moment I stepped foot inside the room, I felt like there was a weight on my shoulders. I got a lot colder, and I was much, much sadder. It got to the point where our guide for the main trip actually asked if I was okay, but I assured him I was, because I didn't want to miss out on this. So we lined up against the wall, and I ended up with a girl on my right and nothing on my left, with a window above me. Now, it's pitch black outside, and there are industrial lights in the room. Once everybody is ready, they count down and turn off the lights. The second the lights turned off, I started sobbing. I felt like I was mourning for every person I had ever lost, and that everything was just grief. But you know how when you cry, you can't think straight because your emotions take over? Well, mentally, I was fine. I knew that whatever was making me cry wasn't me. So I kept quiet, so as not to disturb anyone else, and I stayed put. I also noticed a young spirit sitting on my left shoulder and several shadow figures passing in front of me. For the last 20 seconds or so, one of them stared me down. I don't know why, but he didn't like me being there. Yes, I know it was a he, and no, I don't know how. Finally, the lights come back on, and I stopped crying. Totally fine. Everything vanishes as everyone starts filing out, and Ty approaches me and tells me that he noticed all of the spirits around me, and he specifically talks about the young spirit on my shoulder before I tell him. We talk about that, and we come to the conclusion that one of the spirits used my body as a vessel to cry. The next and final stop on the tour is the outdoor courtyard graveyard, where there was something purely evil. I could feel the anger and the desire to hurt when we stepped outside. I pointed it out to Ty, saying that there was something watching us from the dark spot above the doorway. This man literally said, "I know, it's best to ignore it." The storyteller at this point is goofing around, scaring one of the kids because he's easy. But I kept getting really frustrated to the point where I wanted to punch him. And if you know me, you know that's not like me at all. I just wanted to get out of there. Finally, we take the path of the spirits out of the graveyard and back to the bus. Ty and I talk to the guide and the storyteller, who are interested in what happened to us. And they explain that lots of psychics and witches from all over have come and experienced things like us. We thank them as we get back onto the bus. I text my friends and tell them everything that happened, in case I forgot something later. Then, we all go into town and get drunk because we're in Ireland, duh. I've told this story a handful of times to friends, and it never fails to weird them out. So, I thought I'd post it here. See what happens with that. This happened when I was 17 years old, back in 2006. I'd been living with my aunt at the time in California, working at her post-production studio and taking care of my cousins. My parents and the majority of our family lived in Washington, including my Uncle Kurt, who had just moved there recently with his future wife and stepson. I like to believe I'm close with everyone in my family, meaning I can usually sense when things are off, when someone needs to talk, stuff like that. I consider myself an empath, so with family or close friends, if I'm near them, I can typically feel their emotions. But this night, July 7th, 2006, something different happened. I was sitting in my aunt's living room, and we were having a great time, laughing and watching the show Psych. Suddenly, and I do mean suddenly, my eyes are filled with tears, and my heart feels like it had sank to the bottom of my stomach. I look at my aunt, and she's sort of half laughing and half saying, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Then my uncle, her husband, looks at me and does the same thing. Staring at both of them, I try to explain that I have no idea why I'm feeling so sad all of a sudden. I even start to almost laugh a little about how crazy it is that I'm feeling this way right now during such a funny show. I composed myself a bit, but then my aunt's cell phone rang. It was my brother, calling from my mom's phone. I didn't hear what he said, but I saw my aunt drop to her knees and then drop the phone. I rushed over to console her and to grab the phone, and unfortunate for him, I asked my brother to tell me what he'd just told my aunt. Through tears, he told me that Uncle Kurt had been hit by a drunk driver while walking home. He told me that someone, not the driver that hit him, but somebody else, had stopped to help Kurt, but that he died at the scene before ambulances arrived. Even writing this, I'm refilled with that crazy, intense emotion that I felt that night. I know it was somehow our connection that allowed me to feel that from such a distance. As heartbreaking as this whole experience was, I'm grateful for the experience. My life totally changed after that moment. I don't know what all of it means, but it's wild. I'd end up moving back to Washington after the funeral, and just a couple of years later, working at the same place as the woman who'd stopped to try to save my uncle's life that night. It was so great to get to reconnect with someone like that. And if that's not all great enough, I'd go on to meet the love of my life back in Washington, too. And later, through getting to know one another, I'd come to find out that his very first elementary school girlfriend was none other than the woman who had stopped to try to save my uncle that night. I thought it fitting that this woman be someone that everyone seemed to know and love. Kurt was one of those people that everyone loved and everyone knew. He was born premature and legally blind, so he didn't drive a car. But because of this, he spent a lot of time walking from place to place, making friends with the local gas station attendants, grocery workers, bartenders, people of all sorts. Basically, blind or not, he also appreciated a pretty woman, inside and out. So I know that even if he wasn't ready to leave all of us, he probably went out with a smile on his face, being held in the arms of a pretty girl. I'm also so grateful that he didn't die alone, and that ultimately he brought me home. When my mother was alive, we didn't really get along. She'd struggled with substance abuse most of her life, including when I was a child, and who knows, maybe even when she was pregnant with me. Overall, she tried, but she was trying while addicted to heroin. So this basically just meant that she was destined to hurt me and herself over and over again. This pattern resulted in me doing my own thing when I became of age to do so. I moved out before I was even 18, and I never lived with her again. She would still ask me for money, and sometimes she would need to stay with me temporarily. But we managed like this for a while. By the time I was in my early 20s, she was in a treatment program in Burien. It was near where we lived at the time. But she'd been in this same program many times before, and this time, I wasn't willing to stick around again and waste my life. I'd managed to make my way to Portland, Oregon, while she remained in Washington. Most of the time, she would call to guilt trip me, asking for money, or asking me to come home. Sometimes, when she was high, she would call to tell me how amazing I was. I never felt amazing, though. Usually, when we got off the phone, I felt pretty terrible. It would take me completely distracting myself with something else to get over that bad feeling. In life, I was never comfortable telling people about my mother. In all honesty, I was ashamed. I didn't want someone to associate me with her, and I spent a lot of time in that headspace. One relationship of mine basically ended because I wasn't honest about who my parents were or who my mother was. But part of me always thought that it was because of who or what my mother turned out to be. A couple years after moving to Portland, I was helping a friend move, and it was around noon, maybe 1 in the afternoon, when I got a call on my cell phone. It was my mother. So I stepped away to answer the phone because for some reason I couldn't bring myself to ignore the call. Sometimes I would do that, no problem, just call her later. But this time, I just felt like I had to answer it. She sounded really good, like healthier than I'd heard her sound in a really long time. I told her that. She thanked me, genuinely, and then told me that she was doing great. She said she absolutely loved the ocean and was so happy that she made her way out there. I told her I didn't realize that she'd taken a trip, and I asked her which coast she was at. She laughed and said, "Oh, honey, it's so beautiful. I just love it here. And honey, I love you." She hadn't answered my question, but I was enjoying our talk. She was happy, but it wasn't that manic happy that being high would normally produce. It felt genuine. She told me that she knew I was going to get that new job I applied for, that I was the most qualified and the one they liked the most. I hadn't remembered telling her about the job, but I laughed and said, "Yeah, I guess we'll see." I told her I was helping a friend move, but could I call her tonight? She said she'd appreciate that. Then we said I love you, and that was that. It was the first time in years that I'd gotten off the phone with her and felt peace. I continued helping my friends move through the afternoon, and around 5, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail as I usually do. After finishing up with friends, I decided to head home, and on the way, I listened to the voicemail. It was from a detective at the King County Sheriff's Department. He was calling to inform next of kin regarding my mother's death. It would take almost 3 days before I would piece everything together. Initially and naturally, I was filled with sadness, and as I walked home, I sat on the curb. I listened to the message from the detective a few times, and he mentioned something about this morning. But I knew he couldn't have been right about that part because I talked to her in the afternoon. Once I'd gathered myself a bit, I left a message with the detective, explaining that I'd talked to my mom and that I'd be heading to Washington the next day. My mom had died of a drug overdose. She'd been on methadone, but apparently had also gotten a hold of some heroin. The two together are a recipe for disaster. It's unclear if this was intentional. There wasn't a note, but a photo of me as a child was found next to her body. The coroner had listed her time of death at around 3 a.m. that day. Despite what I thought had happened, there was no call from my mom's cell phone to my cell phone on that day. And when I looked at my phone, the call from my mom was on there, but it registered that it was a 1-second phone call. I have no explanation for this experience, but I do keep an open mind. My mother loved the ocean, and she loved me. She was horrible at showing it sometimes, and she could never really afford to actually live by the ocean. But in death, I don't know. It's like she found a way to be happy. I still talk to her all the time, as if she's here with me. And any time my phone rings and no one's on the other line, I like to think that it's her, just checking in. Oh, and she was right. I did end up getting that job after all. When I was about 12 or 13 years old, my friends and I had slumber parties, and we were really into graveyards, Ouija boards, and seances. I always loved spooky, scary horror stuff, and I wanted to see if I really concentrated on making contact, would anything happen. I had one friend at the slumber party who agreed with me, so we tried doing a seance just by ourselves. We were both holding hands and calling out for a ghost, the Blue Lady, to contact us or give us a sign they were present. And I felt something pinch me, not hard, but pinched me enough for there to be a red mark on my forearm. I asked my friend if she'd done it. Our eyes were closed when we were concentrating and chanting. And she said no, but I didn't quite believe her. I was suspicious, but a little freaked out if it wasn't her. So we told the rest of our friends at the slumber party. There were about 12 girls altogether, and they called bullshit and wanted to see us try again in front of them. I wanted to prove that it was my friend playing a prank on me because she was swearing that she didn't do anything to leave a mark. Well, my friend and I both sat there, holding hands again and chanting for the spirit to contact us, to give us a sign. Within about a minute, I went into full-body convulsions, and I couldn't stop shaking. My friend let go of my hand, and all of my friends ran away from me, screaming, and they hid under the pool table in the game room that we were in. I finally stopped shaking when I fell backwards on the floor. I sat up and I saw all of my terrified friends hiding under the pool table, and realized I was sobbing and gasping hysterically. At this point, all of us were crying and freaking out. I just wanted to go home. It was about 10 o'clock at night, so we went to call my parents for them to come and get me and take me home. But the phone was dead. My friend's parents had gone to a dinner party, and they weren't back yet. So until my friend's parents got home, we all huddled together under the pool table and kept checking the phone line. Still dead. Everyone kept asking me to tell them that I faked it just to scare them. But I couldn't, because I didn't fake it. When my friend's parents got home, we told them what happened, and they calmed us down. The phone line was surprisingly not dead anymore, even though we had continuously checked it until our parents had gotten home. This was the 1980s, and we only had landlines, no cell phones. Since it was already midnight by this time, my friend's dad told us to try to go to sleep, but that he would take me home if anything else happened that scared us again. Nothing else happened, but to this day, I can't explain what that experience was. I've never done another seance or used a Ouija board since that night in the 80s, even though I still have my mom's packed away in my grandma's cedar chest. I've never had anything else happen like that, so if anyone can offer me an explanation, I would be grateful. When I was about 5 years old, my parents were in the process of moving houses. Because of the amount of time the property purchase was taking, we had to move into a small cottage near the seaside in Devon. At first, I liked the place. It had nice views and was rather cozy inside, with its 19th century feel. It was, however, built right next to the town church, most likely on a few graves as well. Anyway, I was loving my first few weeks there. I had a nice, spacious room, and I was living right by the sea. However, after a short period of moving in, strange things began to happen to my family. One day after I arrived home from school with my mom, we noticed my dad. He had been working from home that day, and he was rather shaken up. He went on to say that he'd been working on his laptop in the lounge when he'd suddenly heard somebody stomping right above him. At first, he was afraid somebody had broken in, and being the fairly burly man that he is, he climbed the short flight of stairs to confront whoever it was. He found nobody upstairs. I should also mention as well, for any immediate skeptics, that throughout my whole time living there, we never had any neighbors, because the houses next to ours were holiday homes for renting. The footsteps continued, and all of us heard them. I heard them a few times when sitting and watching telly with my parents. Plus, visitors to the house heard them too. But the happenings didn't stop there. It was actually my dad who saw and heard most of what happened. And he has actually been reluctant to believe in anything paranormal. He often said that around 3 o'clock some nights, he would hear a click, and on would come the bathroom light directly across the landing from his room. It was a pull cord switch. He checked the switch and never found any faulty wiring or anything that could cause it to come on randomly. That, and we often found the taps in the sink or bath running at full blast, and they were stiff to turn on anyway. I remember when my older cousin, who was about 8 at the time, came to stay for Christmas. None of us actually mentioned what we'd seen or heard to him or his parents, because by that point, we'd gotten used to it. Now he was staying in my room. His dad was sleeping downstairs. And to this very day, he tells me that the second he entered our house, he felt as though something was watching him. And this is a man who has a degree in physics and will often look for a logical explanation for anything unusual. He said that when everyone had gone to sleep, me included, he, however, remained awake, wide awake, as the feeling of discomfort had worsened. While sitting up in bed, he told me that he saw the shadow of someone's feet under the beam of the landing light, poking under the door. What was strange was that despite the old structure of the house, there was no sound of footsteps or creaking. He said that the feet stopped outside my door for about 10 seconds before moving on. Another time he visited, both his parents came this time. I remember one terrifying occurrence. Under the stairs was a small guest bedroom. It honestly felt like a cupboard. I can't remember the reason why, but I ended up having to share that room with my aunt. Anyways, it was about 4 a.m. when I was being kept wide awake by her snoring. Then I heard something. The door was slightly ajar, and I began to hear the sound of children giggling in the lounge. I didn't dare move a muscle in my sleeping bag. I just stayed still and listened. It carried on for maybe 5 minutes, seemingly getting louder. I eventually managed to drift back to sleep about an hour and a half after it stopped. The most conclusive paranormal experience, in my opinion, came about 2 months before we moved out. We had many of my relatives and young cousins over for a gathering, me being the youngest. I was always a very hyper child, even though I've grown up to be a shy and quiet person. I would always go over the top and be told to cool down. On this occasion, I had pushed my mom too far, and she told me to sit on the stairs with the door to the lounge closed until I calmed down. That was when I saw something that would burn itself into my mind forever. Because of the short flight of stairs to reach the landing, I couldn't help but get the feeling of being watched as I sat at the bottom. And I just so happened to turn around and was greeted by the sight of a dark figure standing at the top. It was like a watery see-through figure of a person. I couldn't make out what gender. I saw it and it saw me. We stayed there, vision locked for what seemed like ages, but was probably only seconds. It then began to almost glide along the landing. I watched it as it passed my bedroom door and entered my parents' room. For some reason, I decided to follow it after it entered the room. I made my way up the stairs and flicked the light on in my parents' room. There was nothing there. We moved out to our new house shortly afterwards. I've told this story to many people. Some believed me and some said that it was just our imaginations. Although, I can say now, I'm nearly 20 years old. No money in the world would get me to spend another night in that house. Nearly every other member of my family has said the same thing. I wanted to share it with more people, to see what they thought. I hope you enjoyed my story. Weird things were happening before we painted a stickman under the chimney. This post might get long, so I apologize. A few months ago, from June to February, I began having the feeling that something in my house was wrong. I live in the countryside of southern Italy, in a zone surrounded by hills and woods. Just after New Year's Day, strange stuff started happening. One night, I was coming back home, and as I opened the front gate, I could see a sort of slender figure running on top of my house's roof, which is roughly 10 meters tall. It seemed odd because it had a very clear color, but the neighborhood's full of stray cats, so I didn't pay much attention at first. Then, a week later, as the night came around 6 p.m., my dog began barking at something in the backyard, and did so for at least 15 minutes. I was studying at the time, and after the first few minutes I started feeling unnerved. It wasn't fully dark yet, but my dog barking so loudly was very unusual. I quickly rushed outside. Chiro, my dog, was pointed toward the roof. As soon as she saw me, started snarling. I looked there myself, but the only thing that I could see were the branches of a nearby tree. The barking went on, and when I checked the second time, Chiro was whimpering, and this time, she cuddled inside her doghouse in a hurry. Around St. Valentine, my dog became even more scared of our roof. She would bark constantly, even in the middle of the night. At this point, I saw something again, running on top of the roof, again during night. I think it was around 2 a.m. A skinny figure with some sort of clear color coat on it. This time, I ran inside and shut the door behind me. As soon as I did, I heard scratching noises come from the upper floor, and my dog barking again. I couldn't sleep all night. During the last week of the month, it snowed an incredible amount. The last time it had snowed was in 2010, and the whole zone for several kilometers was white. Around the 21st, I noticed some footprints in the last night's snow. Footprints that came in all directions, from where the metal fence on the edge of the property, all the way to the sides of the house. They were child-sized and not much apart from each other. That night, again, I got no sleep, and even my brother said that he had heard some scratching noises coming from the upper floor. Then, the morning of the 1st of March, my mom used some soot from the chimney to draw a stick man on the side of the fireplace. She said that she'd done so every year as soon as March came. She added that her father did so and told her to do so, using a rhyme in our local dialect, which could be roughly translated as, "Paint March, for March paints you." Everything I mentioned so far stopped immediately after. No scared barking at the rooftop, no strange figures running on top of it, neither strange footprints nor scratching noises. I'm truly lost about it. I thought it was simply folklore, but it's so confusing. Any ideas on what it could have been and why it really stopped? My grandpa was a police officer in a small town that he grew up in. It's not far from where we live today in Philadelphia. He was on the job for almost 30 years before he officially retired, and he truly has some of the most interesting stories I've ever heard. Though a lot of them are funny, in the sense that he did a lot of cat rescues and search parties for lost dogs, and of course, busting up groups of pesky teens who were trying to party at the school or the park. But the best stories are the ones that actually end in a mystery. This story specifically is one that I've made my grandpa tell me time and time again. Each time, I'd come up with new questions, and over the years, I've managed to get a decent amount of information from him. I wouldn't say that my grandpa is a believer in ghosts, but he does believe in God. So in his eyes, he sees these experiences as connections to the other side. I don't know what I believe in. I just know that I believe his story, and it keeps my mind forever open to the possibility that there's something else here with us. This story takes place when he was in his 30s. According to him, he'd lived a relatively quiet life in the small town. Never even considered the idea of ghosts because you might assume it's not a popular topic amongst police officers. It's their job to solve mysteries, and it's rare that one remain a true mystery, especially in a town like theirs. The type of town where you know your police officers and they know you, not because you're always in trouble, but because everyone was a part of the community. The police patrolled the streets that they called home, and that built trust within their community. One night, my grandpa gets a call to a house for a 1062, which is a B&E in progress, or breaking and entering. My grandpa was a little nervous, he admitted. These weren't common calls, and he recognized the address as a home where his wife's friend and her 2 daughters lived. He and his partner headed to the address immediately, and they arrive in less than 2 minutes. The mother and her 2 children are standing outside on their front porch. My grandpa asks the mother what's going on and where the intruder is. The woman explains that they, all 3 of them, could hear heavy footsteps coming from above their rooms. They then heard a strong male voice yell out, saying either, "You didn't say hello," or "You have to go." My grandpa takes inventory of each of their faces, and they do all seem genuinely terrified. He asks the family to please wait outside or if they'd be more comfortable in the car. So after he puts the family in the car, he turns around and sees that the attic light is now on. So he and his partner rush inside, weapons drawn, and they begin to call for the intruder to step out, advising that they are armed and they need him to leave calmly. But the 2 only hear silence. My grandpa makes his way upstairs towards what he thinks is the attic entrance. As he does, he hears the heavy footsteps mentioned by the family. He signals to his partner to watch the attic window from outside, to ensure that he doesn't slip out before my grandpa has a chance to get up there. He keeps talking, telling the man that he needs to come out, repeating, "Hello, hello," and he finally hears a response. It was more like a question, but it seemed to be in response to my grandpa's hellos. He responded asking if the man heard everything that he said, and if he could just come out of the attic without any further issues. He started to ask the man his name, but he wasn't getting any responses. My grandpa opens the attic entrance and makes his way up the stairs. As he does, the light goes out. He hears footsteps and looks in the direction that they're coming from. It's very dimly lit, but he sees no one. He feels someone, though, so he continues to pursue, asking questions, telling the man his name, and asking him to leave quietly, telling him the family is scared. The footsteps stop, and my grandpa hears a voice coming from somewhere, but it sounds as muffled as it did when he was downstairs. The voice says something indistinct, and though my grandpa doesn't like to assume, and he didn't put anything specific in the police report, I made him tell me. "What do you think?" he said. "Sorry. I'm just sorry." So my grandpa is perplexed at this time, because he can see that there wasn't really anywhere for someone to hide up there. It was an attic, but it wasn't a storage space like some people might use it for. It had one small vanity, and literally 2 boxes. The vanity was more like a child's size, so it didn't offer any space for someone to conceal themselves. Finally, my grandpa heard the footsteps directly behind him. He turned around and aimed his gun, but he was aiming at nothing. But he thinks that he hears footsteps at the attic stairs. He rushes for the exit, and he makes his way down the stairs. But he hears what sounds like someone running just behind him. But he keeps running. Something told him that there wasn't anyone there, regardless of what he was hearing. As he makes his way outside of the home, more officers have arrived, and my grandpa tells them that they need to do a full sweep of the house and the area. His partner saw no one leave the house or the attic window, but he did see the light turn off. And he tried to radio my grandpa, which never went through. He called for backup because he couldn't get a response, and he also thought he heard someone running through the house. 2 hours, several police officers and canine units later, the search was completed. They found no one. The family ended up calling the police out for the same reason 2 additional times that year. Each time, it was the same. Except one of those times, my grandpa's partner was in the house with him, and they both heard the footsteps, and they both heard the man's voice. Unable to distinguish what he was saying, the police report reads, "Deep male voice could be heard, accompanied by footsteps." But the actual conclusion of the report was suspicious circumstances. No person or persons located. No signs of forced entry. Nothing further at this time. Within that same year, the family did end up moving. As I said, the woman was my grandma's friend, and they all attended the same church. She'd asked their priest if he would come do a cleanse, something to help the house. But after he visited the home, he recommended that the family move on. I asked my grandpa, how does a priest essentially turn someone away? But as he puts it, he doesn't think that that's what the priest was doing. He thinks that the priest could feel something strong within the home. He thinks that he was trying to protect the family when he saw that his protections weren't working. I asked my grandpa why he believed that, and he told me plain and simple, because I have my wits about me, and I felt something in that house, that woman, those 2 children, and even my partner. And it might be an old police saying, but there are no coincidences. Well, that applies here too. When I was younger, like still slept with my parents type of young, I used to see odd things, like a man with a deformed face, or a scary wolf with red eyes. It's possible that I could have dreamt those things, but I'm not too sure. When I got a bit older, I began seeing more stuff, and there's a vivid memory I have, which scared the heck out of me. I think I was around 8 at the time. It was midnight, and I slept with my brother at this time, and the house that I lived in was 2 stories. My brother and I slept across from my parents' room, and next to my parents' room was a bathroom, along with a staircase leading downstairs. So I woke up, and I really needed to use the bathroom. I tried to run to the bathroom, when all of a sudden, I just see some person with a scythe coming up the stairs. Being a curious kid back then, I went down 1 step to see if I was just imagining it, and it continued, going up another step. I went back up a step too, ran back to my room. I still hadn't gone to the bathroom. Whatever I saw, it scared me. I tried waking up my brother, but he wouldn't wake up. I was about to do my business, so I decided to run to the bathroom. I used it, and I caught my breath in there. I left and began knocking on my parents' room, but they didn't answer. So without looking at the staircase, I ran back to my room. From there on, I don't really remember what I did or what happened. But a couple of years later, we moved into an apartment with 2 rooms. I'm currently still living in that apartment with my parents, but just a couple years after this first event, something else strange happened. I was 11, and I saw a girl standing next to my bed and some black gremlin-looking thing under my desk. I passed it off as some sort of dream, and I did the same when one morning I woke up early and I saw a small kid running towards my room. I had another brother at the time, but he was still a baby. I got creeped out. He looked exactly as my brother, but transparent. After seeing it, I ran back into the room, the same way the kid went. But I didn't see him. All I saw were my 2 brothers sleeping in their beds. My mom has seen strange stuff happen, but I'm not too sure how her story went. She saw stuff in the other house as well, but she decides to keep those stories to herself. My parents don't really like telling me about their experiences on these topics. Why? I'm not sure. But enough about them. A year passed by and I began seeing more stuff. I saw some random tall black, not skin color, just tall black shadow thing staring at me from the kitchen. I was sitting in the living room and I ran straight out of the apartment into my uncle's house, who lived nearby. My family was having carne asada, and I stayed there until my parents went back home. A while passed by, and my brother, who's a bit younger than me, the same one from the time I experienced seeing death, he saw something. We were having a party that day for someone in my family, and my brother was walking home when he saw a girl hanging in a parking lot, as if the girl had committed suicide in the parking lot. There's been stories about a girl who had committed suicide due to bullying a block away from where we lived, and the girl is usually seen with a white dress walking around. I've heard her spirit is nice, but I've never gotten to see her. I didn't really think much of it, but it's just something he encountered. A couple of years passed, and I was now in high school. I woke up early one day to go get cereal until I saw some random hand waving at me. I freaked out, so I just sat there wondering if I'm seeing stuff or just imagining them. I unfortunately didn't finish my cereal since I was freaking out, but I ran to my room. Not much has happened until now. A couple of days ago, I was drinking tea around 1 a.m. I was about to watch some anime on my phone, and it was taking a while for my phone to load since my internet currently sucks due to something happening. But when I turned to look at the living room, I saw some random white head with dark black holes as eyes staring at me. Once again, I got scared and called for help. I couldn't move, and everything was getting cold. I yelled my brother's name, saying, "Please come to the kitchen." The sounds got louder until I got a call from my mom. "What's going on?" she asked. "Mom, I'm scared. Please come, I'm scared." My voice trembling. It all went quiet and went back to the way it originally was. It got warm again. Boo. My mom came in with my baby sister, and man, due to the thing I had just seen, I was scared. I even ended up crying a little. I went to my room, and a couple of minutes later I had to use the bathroom. So I went. I took my phone with me just in case. And while in the bathroom, I pulled it out, and my reflection scared the crap out of me. I was sure I was seeing stuff at this time, due to what I saw, but I thought that I saw it again in the mirror. It was just my imagination. I told my mom about what happened, and soon it was 2 a.m. My dad came back from work, and I slept. A couple days passed by, and today, while I was sitting with my mom, the room went cold, and the lights began flickering from the kitchen to the living room. I turned around and nothing. It must have been some strange coincidence. My mom is currently getting a pastor and other people to pray for me. But I just thought that I should mention these things here. I'm not sure if I was hallucinating in some of these situations, but they're there. So I've been having paranormal encounters ever since I was at the age of 12. I'm 23 now, and they've always been similar encounters. Shadow people, gut feelings, apparitions, etc. But this one seems different. It started back in 2017, when my parents bought a new house. They had part of the shed set up so that someone could live in it, bathroom, kitchen, etc. So I decided I'd make that my spot, so I could have my own space. Bad idea. Fast forward a couple of months into 2018. My girlfriend and I were trying to sleep in the shed. It was about 1 a.m. She was dozing off, but I had the feeling something was watching me. So I decided to get up and look at the door. When I got up, I saw 5 shadow figures just outside the bedroom, watching us, all different heights. I shit myself, turned the light on, and woke up my ex in a panic. We decided to get up and watch a movie to take my mind off of it. Not even 5 minutes into the movie, I look over to my ex to find she's covered in scratches and even has a bite mark on her back. The marks then disappear completely within half an hour. We freaked out and never slept in the shed again. Ever since then, the activity has ramped up and become more frequent. Anything from noises in another room that suddenly stop when I get to the door, to getting the feeling of dread and watching one of the doors in the shed slowly open. But none of those are close to what I'm experiencing now. Recently, I've been seeing something that can only be described as demonic in looks. It's got a human-like body and head with no features, long arms with 3 elongated fingers or claws, completely black. Seems to be maybe 7 feet if it stood up. I only ever see it from the waist up, as it's always stalking me on all 4s, by the looks of it. When I was still in that house, I saw it physically only once. I saw 3 claws and a long black arm slide its way down my desk, as if I'd caught it watching me. I've moved town since, but it's still with me. Most of the time, I've only been able to see it within visual thought. Whenever I close my eyes, I can see it in the doorways of my house, stalking me. My girlfriend has even seen the same visions, but I've never told her what it looked like. I drew a picture of what I would see, and I showed it to her once. It was the exact same thing she'd been seeing too. The encounters are still happening to this day, and I just want to know what this thing might be. We've saged the new house, but are still getting that watched feeling. I also saw a physical head through the shower curtain just last week. If anyone else has had an experience with this type of thing, please, let me know. Something lifted my hairs while I was sleeping. This happened several years ago, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to share it or not, but I've made up my mind. The house I lived in is quite big, a 2-floor family house in the Italian countryside. There's fields and woods all around, and there are a few other houses just like mine across the street. My family and I actually use the ground floor as our home, but have bedrooms upstairs. The upper floor is separated into an additional apartment, which originally was the one where my grandma lived. The whole house was hers, and we moved in around 2001. In 2007, she'd pass away in her bed, and for a week, the whole upper floor was off limits. In 2013, the apartment was being used as a guest house by my father's sister, who, however, didn't want to sleep in her mother's bedroom, since she couldn't bear the thought to sleep on the bed she died in. It was summer, and I went to bed early because I had to get up at 6 a.m. the next morning. I laid in bed and was completely alone in the upper floor, with the bedroom's window and door open due to the high temperatures. Back then, I had very long hair, and that night I spent roughly half an hour trying to fall asleep. But I couldn't. I just couldn't relax. Something was just not right. A chill was running up my spine, and all of a sudden, I felt my hair get pulled up, and I had a jolt of panic, twitching on the bed, completely gripped by fear. No explanation made sense. There wasn't a stretch of wind that night, and no one was in the room with me. I shut my eyes as strongly as I could, trying to calm down. After all this time, I still can't give an answer to it. The only theory I have left is that, on her deathbed, my grandma asked to see me, but somehow I didn't get to see her. When I was a kid, I lived in an old white farmhouse with my dad, stepmom, brother, sister, and stepsister. Brother and I had the basement. Sister and stepsister got rooms in the house. Basement was off the back porch, with just a screen door keeping anyone out, since the basement door didn't lock. Well, this arrangement lasts for about a month or two, and then things get strange. We all start hearing noises late at night in the darkness of the property, sometimes seeing eyes moving around outside. That wasn't the bad part. We could live with that. What we couldn't live with was the scarecrow. In the field behind our place was a scarecrow. Nothing like Harold from Scary Stories. This one wasn't very humanoid. It was basically a coat, a flour sack full of something, and a wooden pumpkin for a head. After those first 2 months, we noticed he started moving around the field. And it was overgrown, so you'd see a path if somebody had walked out there to move him. Days pass, and he keeps moving, but he hadn't come any closer to the house, just hopping around the fields. Then one day, he's by the old barn. The property had a barn across from the back door and a longhouse for chickens or something, a bit off the right, out of the back door. So it's fairly close. Naturally, none of us are happy, but he still kept away from the house. Then came the day my dad and I were home alone. Stepmom was off doing something with my stepsister. Older siblings were off with their friends. We walk out the back door and step onto the back porch. Scarecrow is blocking the screen door, leading off the porch. My dad breaks part of the porch, getting out, and then we leave. We come back later, after he bought an axe. Scarecrow is now in our house. Dad drags it outside and chops it up, throws it into a bonfire, then digs a hole in the gravel driveway and buries it. A month later, we come home from going to the movies. Driveway is dug up. Scarecrow is standing where we usually park the family car. We moved out the next day. No clue what happened to that scarecrow, since the house is now across from a casino. Something was wrong with my childhood home. I want to start off by saying that I don't really consider myself a heavy believer in the paranormal. I feel that a lot of situations can be explained by logic or science. There are some things that simply cannot be explained, though. There were 3 incidents in my childhood home that I still cannot explain to this day. If someone has experienced anything similar, feel free to give me some insight. When I was younger, maybe 10 or 11, we lived in a very large old Victorian house. The house had 5 floors, very long hallways on each floor, and old wooden flooring. There were always creepy sounds at night and weird power outages. But that can be attributed to the age of the house. We liked the house a lot. The first incident happened in the attic. We called it the attic, but in reality, it had a family room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a guest room. The 3rd floor stairs had a landing that leads to the attic door, which takes up a flight of stairs, where you come up a long hallway on your left that leads you to the family room at the end of the hall, and a large window on your right that the moonlight would come through. When you enter the family room, there's a spiral staircase that takes you up to the top floor, which is just a small, dark room that we never really used for anything except storage. One night I was playing with my toys on the stairs of the 3rd floor, right next to the door that leads to the attic. We had a cat at the time. As I was playing, I heard scratching in the attic. Not wanting to get in trouble for her destroying a couch, I'm the one who asked for the cat. I opened the attic door and walked up the stairs to go find her. As soon as I reached the top of the stairs and turned down the long hallway, the scratching stopped and the power to the house went out. I was in total darkness. I put my back against the window and slid down, staring down the long hallway, terrified and waiting for the power to come on. As I slid down, I heard a very slow thump, thump, the sound of someone walking down the spiral staircase. The sound is unmistakable because the steps are metal. The sound continued. Right behind the family room door, I heard each step. The steps stopped. The family room door moved slightly, and I immediately felt this rush come over me. I got so cold, and my heart started beating in such a way I felt it actually move my chest. After a few seconds, the door bolted open, and something started sprinting down the hallway at me. I couldn't see a thing, but I felt the movement, that feeling you get when something is near you. I remember that was the first time I ever felt like prey. My heart was in my throat, but I screamed as loud as I could, and as soon as it got close to me, the rush went away and the cold left my body. My parents ran up the stairs, and after I told them what happened, they went to the breaker box and came up, looked all over and found no one, nothing. But the handle on the family room door was broken, and the window behind me was cracked. It's possible I cracked it, but I put my back to it just to slide down. But it was cracked at a height that I couldn't reach with my body at the time. The basement was the worst part of the house. It was one of those dreary, unfurnished concrete floor basements. It was as large as any first floor of the house, I mean truly massive. When you open the door, the short stairs look like you're going into a cellar. And when you come down the stairs, you have to walk forward for several steps in the dark to find the string of the light and pull it. Even then, that light only illuminated the immediate area, not the rest of the basement. There were several lights like this the further you go, each one with a string to pull. To the left is the rest of the basement. It goes all the way back, and then there's a cove tucked to the left where the dogs sleep. It's out of the line of sight. Since there's a small window in the cove, it casts this bluish-blackish light in the morning and nights from the moon. One early morning, around 5 a.m., I had to go feed the dogs since my dad was out of town. I hated when it was my turn because the basement always gave me terrible feelings. I would always call the dogs to meet me at the stairs so I didn't have to walk down the stairs in the dark, alone. I called for them, waited, and called again. They didn't come and there was no sound. I walked down the stairs in the dark and held my hand out to find the string to pull the light. As I reached for the light, I saw movement at the end of the basement near the cove, and my breath got caught in my chest. I pulled the light fast and the bulb popped with a quick burst of light. In that moment, I saw a man standing at the end of the basement. He didn't disappear like in the movies, though. I wish that he had. In the dark, with the silver of the moonlight, from the cove window, I could still see him standing there with his back to me. He didn't move at all, and his head was cocked to the left in such an unnatural way, at an angle where his neck had to be broken. He was probably 40 feet away from me, and I stood there, trying to force a scream through my throat that felt like it was locked up. I couldn't look away. And in those few seconds that I stared, I saw it was less of a man and more of a thing. It had white, translucent skin, looked gangly. I pissed myself standing there. I lost all control, and I think the pee snapped me out of it because as I felt the warmth on my leg, I started backing away, and as I backed away, it sprinted to the left, towards the cove where the dogs were, and I ran upstairs. I chipped my tooth falling into the stairs, still chipped to this day. I slammed the door shut and locked the latch. I called my mom down, and we called to the dogs from the top of the stairs. No response. We went down there, and both dogs were huddled together in the corner of the cove, and it took 5 minutes to get them to leave the corner and come upstairs with us. We had to pull them apart and walk them with us, holding their collars. The last experience is short and simple, but probably the worst experience I had in that house. In the same basement, there's a furnace room to the left of the stairs, about 15 feet away from the stairs. It is dark, cramped, and has all kinds of luggage and extra supplies in it. The day before Thanksgiving, we were preparing for family to arrive. My mom sent me to get Thanksgiving table decor, or whatever it's called. As I walked down the stairs, I saw the furnace room door was cracked. I stopped dead in my tracks. That door was never left open. We were always told to close it so the dogs didn't go in. Really, my parents made a big deal about it. I stayed on the stairs and stared at the door. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise and my fists clench out of instinct. As I stare in the crack of the door, I see half a smile and one eye. The smile was so close to being human, but so far. I can't explain it. It was as though something had been observing humans and was mimicking the smile, but couldn't quite get its face just right. As I ran up the stairs, I heard the creak of the furnace door opening further. I slammed and locked the door, and that was the last time I ever went into the basement. From that point on, my parents never made me go back into the basement again, and delegated my basement chores to my siblings. Even though I know that they didn't believe me, it was a nice gesture that I was thankful for. Since we moved, I've never experienced anything abnormal in our houses. I'm 26 now, and I've never had any issues with the paranormal since then. I like to rationalize by telling myself it was fear and my brain playing tricks on me, but part of me knows that it wasn't. When I was a kid, besides me, my favorite uncle was the youngest in the family. He was my hero. He had just finished high school and I was like 10 or 11. We would go and visit on spring break and over the course of the summer, and I always looked forward to seeing the guy. We'd listen to records and tapes. He introduced me to bands like The Cult and In Excess, The Doors, Bowie, Stevie Ray Vaughan. As I entered my teenage years, my life started and my friends became the center of my universe. And eventually, those spring breaks and summer visits stopped happening. Eventually, I graduated high school, and around the same time, my uncle started a family. A few years out of high school, and my mom called me up to let me know my uncle had passed away. I hadn't seen him in a few years, and when I asked what had happened, the only reply I could get was, he was sick. It wasn't until years later I found out he'd taken his own life. He didn't leave a note or anything, but the general consensus was he learned he didn't have long to live, and he took the easier way out. Here's where things get interesting for me. Shortly after the funeral, I start having dreams. I'm a pretty lucid dreamer, not in the sense that I can decide what I want to happen in a dream, but I can recall my dreams in vivid detail. Maybe there's another word for that. I don't know. Anyways, I started having dreams about my uncle. Sometimes we were just sitting in his room from when I was a kid, listening to music and making jokes. Over time, they became very strange. One dream I had, we were in a movie theater, sitting really close to the screen, and we were eating popcorn. The screen was playing something, but I couldn't distinguish what it was. And my uncle was talking, but I could not figure out what he was trying to say. Another was the two of us in a hallway, and all the doors were locked. The most troubling dream I had about the guy, which was also the most reoccurring, is when I would find him sitting at a rope bridge. He would stare at this bridge and get up and try to walk across it. But there were snakes that would strike him when he tried to cross. A snake would snip at him, and he'd go back to where he was sitting and just look at me, and then look at the bridge. So I'd walk onto this bridge and look across, and every few feet was a very angry snake, all the way across. I grabbed my uncle's hand and took him out onto the bridge, and he would be apprehensive because of the snakes. So I stood in front of him and kind of hopped up and down on the bridge. The momentum, or whatever you call it, from me bouncing on this rickety old bridge made the snakes angry. But if you bounced enough on it, the snakes would eventually teeter over the side. It was a very strange, eureka kind of dream. So my uncle would step out onto the bridge and walk a few feet. bounce the bridge so the snakes would fall off. The dream would always end with my uncle making it across the bridge, and me getting this feeling of reluctance to follow him across. Then I would wake up with this overwhelming feeling of sadness. These dreams happened for almost 20 years, always the same. Me and my uncle shooting the shit, or me helping him solve a puzzle of some sort. The snake and rope bridge was the most common. Never told a soul in my family about what my uncle and I were up to. I always thought it would be upsetting, like he wasn't at rest, like he was in purgatory or something. Maybe he was. I eventually just came to accept that my uncle was haunting me, and for the most part, I didn't mind. Since my grandmother's funeral, I haven't had a single dream about my uncle, not one. I think that was the confirmation I needed, that there's something out there for us after we die. Or maybe my grandmother passing away was the catharsis I needed to let my uncle go. I look back on it now, and I like to think that my uncle was just lost. He was lost in life, and that carried on in death. I also think my grandmother, on her way to the sweet hereafter, found her baby boy, picked him up, dusted him off, and brought him home. Several years ago, I used to tour as part of a band for a relatively well-known country artist here in the South. This was the summer of 2008, and our group was going to be hitting Tennessee for the second time. The first time around, we were basically in Nashville, which is a pretty happening place, day or night. This time, though, we'd be somewhere a bit more rural, closer to the Kentucky border. One of our band members, Sam, was pretty into the show Ghost Hunters at the time, and so part of what Sam wanted to do was visit some haunted places while we were on tour. I think he fancied himself a bit of a ghost hunter, even though he didn't really have any professional experience. So the day before our show, we were having some drinks and getting some food at one of the local bars in Clarksview, which is where our show would be the following night. Some of the locals start chatting with us, and Sam mentions his fascination with the whole ghost town thing. When he does, a few of the locals tell us about a small town called Adams, Tennessee, 30 minutes east of where we were. They explained it was definitely haunted and more interesting than the bar that we were sitting in. They told stories about the Bell Witch and Bell Witch Cave. Truly scary stuff, and I encourage people to look up the story behind it. Either way, a lot of the guys didn't believe in this sort of thing, and though I was a skeptical person, I certainly thought that it could be interesting. We all agreed to go and check it out, thanking the locals and hitting the road. Once we hit the town, well, let's just say we knew we'd made it. It was almost sunset, so everything looked especially dimly lit. A bit creepy. But that was what we came for, in retrospect. We parked the van and we decided to take a walk, take some pictures before heading to the cave, which was a bit past the main town area. As we were getting out of the van, we noticed that there were a lot of people standing outside the shops, and they were looking at us from across the street. Sometimes this would happen just because we all looked so uniform, like a band, and we often emerged from a van with a large, colorful decal painted on the side. But this time was a little bit different. People were staring, but not coming up to us. Not smiling either. Without paying too much attention to all of that, we started to walk along the side of the street that we were on, deciding that we'd walk into the first shop that looked open, grab some snacks and waters, talk up some locals. If they were feeling friendly, of course. We didn't get far, though. Hadn't even made it to the first shop before a woman sitting on the ground reached out to get Sam's attention. No one had even seen her at first, so startled, Sam moved away until he realized that it was this rather old woman, pretty dirty, sitting on the ground, reaching out for his attention. He stopped, apologized, and asked how he could be of assistance. That's when it got freaky. The woman takes Sam's hand and says in a small but raspy voice, "Samuel, please call your sister. She's so worried about you, and we are too." Then she lets go of his hand, breaks eye contact, and starts beating a necklace that she'd had sitting on her lap. Sam hadn't moved, and he looked white in the face. All color drained from him. He turned to look at all of us. We were sharing similar looks of confusion, discomfort. My buddy Joe turns to ask Sam if he's all right, while beginning to walk forward in the opposite direction of the woman. We all start to follow, motioning for Sam to do the same. He does, but he isn't saying a word. Suddenly he stops, and he tells us that he needs to go back to the van, that he needs to call his sister, and that he doesn't think he's up to hiking to Bell Witch Cave. Now back at the van, we stood outside of it while Sam called his sister. We talked about how we didn't even know Sam had a sister, or that his real name was Samuel. We'd only spent the last 2 weeks with him, as he was one of the newest members of the band. But so far, none of us had noticed anything off about Sam. For the most part, he was very low-key. Sure, he was a little bit hyper sometimes, but we chalked that up to him being younger than the rest of us. As we stood there, we just kept mouthing to each other, "Worried about you?" Wondering what that could have meant. After finishing up on the phone, Sam told us that he didn't think he was going to be able to finish out the tour. Some of the guys, including my friend Joe, were sort of pissed about this news, at first. But after Sam explained a bit, we decided that we could get along without an extra guitar player, at least for the last 2 shows we had lined up. Sam told us, and he was dead serious, that he thought that lady was some sort of medium, or a witch, or something. He explained that he'd lost his parents in a terrible car accident just 7 months before this tour. He said that he was in the car with his parents along with his nephew. Both he and his nephew survived, but they both had some injuries. Sam's were pretty bad, and when he was treated for his injuries, the doctors put him on OxyContin. We had to look that up online later to learn that it was a highly addictive drug, usually reserved for cancer patients. Of course, nowadays, almost everyone has heard of this drug. The long story short, Sam got hooked on these pills. He'd stopped responding to his family altogether. Sam's father was the only person that called him Samuel, according to him. As he sees it, his parents had worked to reach him from beyond the grave, telling him to be right with his sister. He couldn't ignore that message, and as a result, his sister was going to pick him up in Clarksview and take him to a rehab center near where she lived in St. Louis. We couldn't really argue with Sam. It's a pretty wild story, and though it has nothing to do with some of the more popular legends that surround that tiny area, like the Bell Witch, I think it speaks to the overall vibe that this town sends out. That vibe, by the way, is absolutely a creepy one.
When I was 12 years old, me and my family got into a bad living situation. We got evicted, and we had nowhere to go. We aren't wealthy by any means, but our family, that's different. My grandparents, to be specific to this story. So after a lot of debating and many fights between my parents and I, they decided that we were going to move in with my grandparents. Where we were living, it had 1 bedroom, a bathroom, a TV, and 2 beds. Me and my sister would share a bed, and my parents would share the other. Okay, now a big thing is that we have 3 cats, Ginger, Angel, and Tim, and they were staying in the woodshed, which was up the hill and down a path. And to give a picture of the house, it was 3 stories, in the middle of nowhere, private property,
and gated. There was a password to even get into the driveway, which went up a mountain and took about another 15 minutes to drive. My grandparents had workers that they paid by the hour. Blake, Sam, and Chad. I'd only ever met Blake, and he was really nice. He was 20 and he had a 2-year-old kid. One day, when I was going out to feed the cats, I saw a guy come out of the shed. He asked me if I needed a ride back to the house or if I wanted to walk. He said my name and told me that my grandparents had a big Christmas present coming for me, since it was around that time of year. I said I was good and that I could walk. He said okay, and he gave me the key to the shed. I fed the cats, and then I walked back. At dinner that night, I brought up the man, and my grandparents went white. No one was working that day, and no one, other than Blake, knew who I was. The so-called Christmas present, it was real, but they hadn't told anyone about it. They had the key to the shed, and they even had the spare, which was kept under a gas can in the basement. After that, my grandparents got their guns and went out. They searched the entire property for hours, and they didn't find anyone. How did he know my name? This is the only time I had a threatening, skin-to-skin encounter. In June of 2019, me and a friend had decided with our girlfriends that we were going to go camping. We finally get all our stuff loaded and get in the car and put the address in the GPS. We set off on the trip, and after 3 hours of driving and 45 minutes of hearing my friend and his girl argue, we finally arrive. We get out of the car, and me and my friend begin unloading. After getting my stuff, I start getting my girlfriend's stuff. As I was, my friend was asking his girlfriend why she needed 3 bags for one night. She smiled and opened one of them. It had an ounce of weed, pre-rolls, and other goodies. Now, knowing that we had weed, we had to find a place to camp that wasn't near other people. It took until sundown, but we finally found a perfect spot. We decided that after we got everything taken care of, we would eat hot dogs and smoke a blunt. We started to build a campfire to light the area so we could set up our tents, but we ran out of wood in the immediate area. So I said I would go get some while my friend stayed with the girls. I set off on my journey, and after about 2 minutes, I found some sticks to use. I started picking up the sticks, and all of a sudden, I felt someone grab my wrist. I looked up to see a man with a blank expression. For a man, he had surprisingly long fingernails, and he was digging them into my wrist while trying to grab my other wrist. I turned my head to not see his face and screamed for help. My friends shouted a response saying that they were coming. After they shouted, I immediately felt relief in my wrist. I wasn't struggling to keep my arms down, so I turned, and the man wasn't there anymore. I turned and ran as fast as I could, terrified. I met my friends and said that we had to leave immediately. I didn't even explain myself, I just wanted gone. We load up our stuff and take the long walk back. We get to the car and load our bags in. I explained what happened as we were walking back, and it scared them enough to make them want to hustle. I had a picture of my wrist immediately after, but my iPhone broke, and my iCloud wasn't backed up, so I lost that picture. I do have a picture of it now, though. It has since become a scar, which shows just how much force he put on it. I'll post a picture of it on my profile for anyone who's interested in seeing it. It was absolutely terrifying.
For my 13th birthday, Dad bought me a fishing rod, took me to Leech Lake. My first cast was a beauty. I actually snagged something. It was fighting hard, so we thought it was a big fish. Dad had to take the rod because it was pulling me overboard. I watched as Dad struggled to reel in the catch. When it was a couple of feet short, Dad said to grab the net. Just beneath the water was a big bass smacking the side of the boat. Then we saw a woman swimming up from deeper below. She stretched out her arms and grabbed the fish before disappearing into the lake's murky depths. The fishing line unwound with a loud zing before the pole was ripped from my dad's hands, following whatever took the bass. Needless to say, we never fished Leech Lake again. The Chuck E. Cheese in Lexington, Kentucky was haunted as hell. When I worked there, management actually paid people time and a half to work the closing shift. I was broke and desperate to survive college without asking for help from my family, so time and a half seemed like a good deal. On the first night, 3 co-workers and I closed up. Me and another girl shut down the animatronic band in the back, and 4 out of 5 animals slumped when shut off. But the banjo dog stayed upright. I pointed it out and my coworker hurried out the double doors, leaving me alone. When I turn around, the dog's head is completely backwards. I sprinted out and slammed the doors behind me. After that, I didn't look at the animatronics when I turned them off. I kept my head down and ignored the metal creaks until I got out and locked the doors behind me. Another night, another paycheck. I did that 3 nights a week for a year. Last October, I was giving paranormal tours in Laurel, Maryland, at a place called Laurel's House of Horrors. I got multiple responses through 2 REM pods and a spirit box. After that, I noticed paranormal activity in my house. At first, I blamed the lack of sleep, but the intensity grew almost nightly. Eventually, I asked who it was and why it followed me home, but it gave me some suspicious replies, like claiming to be my family or an angel. With further pressing, it said more reassuring answers, like it was a child who wanted to be at peace. I took a break, but the activity continued until I lost my temper and told it to stay out of my room if it wanted to stay here. It didn't. So I drove it out by burning white sage, chanting a prayer to St. Michael and splashing holy water on everything. It worked for a few hours, but the activity started up again. I live in the Louisiana swamplands and learned about Rougarou early. They have a man's body and a wolf's head, so they often are mistaken for skinwalkers. My superstitious grandmother raised me, but she's gone now. Last Saturday night, I found myself outside. The moon and stars gave off just enough light to see. I wasn't afraid until I heard footsteps nearby, something walking on 2 legs. This was unusual. I don't know why, but something compelled me to walk towards the sound. When I was 20 feet away from the tree line, I noticed a bulky, humanoid figure coming closer. At 10 feet, the figure stepped into the moonbeam, revealing the head of a wolf. Its gray fur was matted with blood, and its eyes were pitch black. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't obey. Then, at 5 feet, my phone rang, breaking the trance. I immediately turned and ran without looking back. Growing up, there was a reason I didn't like staying at my step-grandma's house. That reason presented itself when I was about 7 years old. I was up late, sitting in the living room watching TV. From where I sat, in front of the TV, to my left was the front door and a hallway to the kitchen. On my right was the archway or doorway that led to the rest of the house. This archway was always extra dark because my step-grandma never left any lights on. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a sort of glowing, and I feel that something's entered the archway. I move my gaze away from the TV and towards the hallway. My eyes meet something tall, and its eyes are well above the halfway point of the archway, far taller than anyone in the home at the time. I couldn't see anything else, only two glowing eyes fixated on me, and only when the TV shut off on its own did the eyes disappear. It took me just one moment to realize I was completely engulfed by darkness. Without the TV's glow, there was nothing at all. All I could do? Scream. And that's really the last thing I remember, until I woke up in my step-grandma's bedroom. I was sleeping on her floor. All I could think about were those eyes and the darkness. I wonder what it was that I saw that night. And how did it do that to the TV?
From the time that I was a literal baby until I was about 7 years old, I went to a daycare that was run by a woman named Shauna. The daycare was her home, which was a really nice place. It had a pool, jungle gym, entertainment center, and back then, my family didn't have any of these things. So basically, it was a totally awesome place. Basically. There were things about Shauna's home that weren't awesome at all. Shauna's room was at the end of the hallway, and when the door was open, her full-length mirror faced the hallway. I hated this because sometimes you'd come out of the bathroom and accidentally scare yourself because of the reflection of yourself. But that wasn't the thing about the mirror that scared me the most. The mirror, it would move. Not just move itself, but it seemed to be responsible somehow for opening the bedroom door. I'll explain. I couldn't have been older than 4 or 5 when this first happened. But my brother was 7, and he remembers it even better than I do. We'd been sitting at the dining room table, and from where we were sitting, you could see directly down the hallway, if I looked ahead and if my brother looked to his right. As he explains it, we were coloring with Shauna's kids, and Shauna was putting together Halloween crafts for us to do at the table. My brother sees out of the corner of his eye that the bedroom door was opening. He tapped me to look at the door, and it was opening slow enough to where I saw it happen as well. Maybe it was the wind. Well, as we looked through the door, the mirror, one of those ones that swivels up or down, the mirror was essentially facing upwards, toward the ceiling. But once the door had fully opened, the mirror slowly started to move down until it was level, facing the open door. We looked at our reflections for a minute, then at each other, and then we looked back to the mirror. It was now facing upwards towards the ceiling again, and then an abrupt slam. The door slammed, and everyone jumped. My brother and I ran to Shauna. I just remember me and him grabbing her by either leg, telling her that the mirror was moving. I remember her saying that it was the wind, and I was okay with that. But my brother says that he remembers her saying that, but she didn't seem confident or anything. It was just something that she said. This seemed to happen whenever we were there. I remember she put a heavy stool in front of it, saying that that would keep it from blowing open or closed. I remember this heavy stool because I watched it fly down the hallway. This was probably a year later. We'll get there. But before that happened, the mirror's activity seemed to grow. There was a time that I was sitting in front of the mirror as Shauna was putting my hair in braids. She'd gotten up to grab her spray bottle, which was just out of reach. She was hardly far from me at all when the mirror suddenly flipped up to face the ceiling, hitting my face on the way. At first I was just shocked. I wasn't scared and I didn't feel pain. But as soon as Shauna looked at me and made a face of uh-oh, I felt something run down my lip. I had a bloody nose. I was that kid that was always getting hurt, so it was no surprise to our mom that I'd gotten a bloody nose. But I tried to explain with my limited vocabulary that something was wrong with the mirror. My efforts were lost on my mother, and back to Shauna's we went for over a year. And even though I loved it there, basically, from that moment on, I refused to sit in front of the mirror. I would close my eyes as I ran to the bathroom, and I would never face it when leaving. I would sit at the other end of the dining room table, just so I wouldn't have to see down the hallway. One time, a long while after my big incident, I was looking at my brother as he stared in the direction of the mirror before turning his head to look beside him. And then my brother looked at me from across the table. He didn't say a word, but the look he gave me, he was terrified, and his face went white. He said nothing the rest of the time that we were at Shauna's house, and he was being quiet on the ride home. I told my mom that he hadn't responded to me about anything since craft time. And that's when my mom pulled it out of him, telling him he had to tell her, warning that his feelings wouldn't go away until he did. So he told my mom, and he maintains to this day, that the mirror moved very fast, saying that it started to face up and then down and then up and then down. But then it stopped, and when it did, he wasn't the only one he could see in the mirror. He said that he could see someone sitting next to him, that it must have been a man who was tall, and he wore a robe that was black or dark brown, and he had a hood on. He said that the man didn't look at him, not while he was looking. When my brother looked next to him to see if the man was really there, no one was sitting there. But when he turned to look at me, he could feel the man from the mirror was now staring at him, and he could tell from the placement of the man in his peripherals that he was standing. My brother was frozen. He said that he wanted to move, and he wanted to tell me about it right then, even scream. But he couldn't. He couldn't speak. Eventually, like all scary things, our mom convinced him that it was a daydream, and that sometimes daydreams can be scary. She says now that at the time, she didn't have any options for us. Shauna was a family friend, and my mom could barely afford the rate for one child at any normal daycare. Shauna had given her the same rate for the two of us. So, back to Shauna's. The stool, the one that kept the door from slamming. Well, one day, we were all swimming, and I had to use the bathroom. I was very hesitant to do this alone, but Shauna had to stay outside to watch the rest of the kids. So I asked my brother to go with me. After I used the restroom, he decided that he had to use it too, and he asked me to wait for him. I reluctantly agreed, just facing the opposite direction of the mirror, looking out towards the dining room table, waiting. Suddenly, I hear a noise. It sounded like it came from behind me, so I whipped my head around. Just as the heavy stool flew across the floor, down the hall, and crashed into the wall just before the dining room. It made a loud crashing noise, and I screamed. And as bad as I felt, I ran outside. I was screaming to Shauna that the chair just flew at me. She had no idea what I was talking about, until she went inside. That's when she saw the stool. She saw that it had broken a leg, and that it had managed to dent the wall. I remember Shauna looked at me and asked where my brother was. He was still in the bathroom, I told her. She spent some time trying to get him to come out. Finally, he did. He ran and he hugged me. "I thought the man hurt you," is what he said to me. From then on, Shauna's house was different. We had fun, but it wasn't the same. We started talking about horrible nightmares. My mom would wake up to us on either side of her while she was sleeping. Essentially, we were sleepwalking, and our pediatrician told our mom that it was likely due to stress or trauma. The only thing that had caused any of that was Shauna's, specifically her mirror. It was probably that same year that we stopped going to Shauna's. Since we were both in full-time grade school, it wasn't really as necessary. Over the years, our family stayed in contact with Shauna and her kids. What we learned over time was that the mirror was an antique, that it had been in Shauna's family for years and was given to her once her great-aunt and uncle had passed away. Apparently, a lot of the creepy stuff belonged to her deceased relatives, including the stool that tried to kill me. She swears she's never experienced anything creepy with any of her stuff. Nothing like me or my brother. And maybe that's true. Maybe whatever was haunting her mirrors, her stools, or her home just really didn't like us. When I was in high school, I worked as a pizza delivery guy. It actually was almost as humiliating as a lot of feature films made it out to be, at least in my town, which tended to be a stereotypical small town. The people I worked with were either nerds, like me, or dudes that hated nerds, like me. My manager was somewhere in the middle. He was a dude who'd been working there since high school, and he had no real plan B. So as it would turn out, he was still working there. He was just much older and a bit more out of touch. We'll call him Carl. Carl wasn't so bad. Sure, he was a bit of a nervous, uptight kind of guy, but that didn't usually come out when he was working with me. Those attributes were reserved for the more difficult employees. Employees like the dude we'll call Steve. Steve was a mess, both literally and metaphorically. Like starting unwarranted food fights in the back room, blaming it on the new chick before asking her out on a date. That kind of mess. I hate to say it, but Steve was also one of those guys that seemed to be a little too aggressive with animals, or just didn't get it. There was an assembly once, my freshman year, Steve's senior year, and he actually spray painted a dog in the middle of the gym. When he first walked out, you could have heard a pin drop, it was so quiet. But once he started to actually spray the dog, horrified gasps filled the gym, followed by screaming. Just sheer panic at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before the big game. Anyways, as it relates to work, Steve was the guy who would always send me, and I'm sure anyone he worked with, on the shitty delivery runs. The runs where you knew you weren't going to be getting any tips. He also liked to send people on fake deliveries to real houses. And on the occasion that people would actually just take the pizza, yeah, that had to come out of the delivery person's paycheck. So, on top of stealing everyone's tips, he was also shorting our checks. Eventually, Carl started to catch on to this madness. We'd gotten a lot of complaints, so Steve had been reprimanded. Not fired, but he was the delivery boy now. Now look, no disrespect to the man that I'm calling Steve, and I am by no means insinuating that Steve had anything coming to him or that he deserved anything negative to happen to him. I am only telling you all of this to paint a picture of who Steve was to me, and how Steve's world crossed into mine in this lifetime. How he became the legend, if you will. It was a Saturday morning, and I didn't work Saturdays, so usually I slept in. This was a different kind of Saturday, though, because my mom was waking me up, telling me that my boss was on the phone, and that there was an explosion down Dorse Trail Loop last night. I realized that she was jazzed up on coffee, so she was really just giving me the morning scoop. Carl was on the line, though. asking if I'd come in to work the night shift. I agreed, no big deal, but I asked what about Steve? What happened to him working tonight? Carl paused briefly and told me he'd explain it to me tonight if he could. Now, whether he was supposed to tell me or not, I don't know, but it would only be a few more days before the rest of the town knew anyways. But as it turns out, Steve had started to take up interest in chemistry and decided to try his hand at cooking his own meth. Unfortunately, this hobby took his life because he wasn't very good at it and because meth is incredibly dangerous. But he does live on in spirit. Some say that if you head down Dorst Trail Loop, where his trailer used to sit, you can see him walking about. I think that's probably just something that some insensitive kids made up, if I'm being honest. But fact, Dorst Trail Loop actually has park benches and picnic tables. It's a whole little park in our area now, so that's really nice. Sometimes I think maybe Steve left his property to the city in a will or something. I'm sure that I could find that out if I tried hard enough, but I like to think that he just did. That he's one of those people that gets to live on as the legend versus the man. So, rest in peace, Steve. Rest in peace. When I turned 21, I purchased my first home. The house was an old, small, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, foreclosure home. I'd gotten a remarkable deal on the place. It had some cosmetic issues, and it needed a new toilet, but it was perfect for me. Since my boyfriend at the time was pretty handy, he and my dad were able to make most of the updates before I officially moved in. During that week of renovations, I was going back and forth between the old place and my new place and my work. I remember the first odd reporting, which wasn't as odd at the time, but over time, collectively, it adds to the overall creepiness of this home. I had just arrived at my house, and my dad was working on the bathroom. When he sees me walk in, he pops out to ask, "Was that me talking just a moment ago?" Since I'd been alone, and I hadn't said a word since I got out of my car, I gave him a confident, "Nope, haven't said a word. I just got here." He didn't press further, and I didn't ask him anything about it. We moved on. The next time was my boyfriend. He was in the basement organizing my new tools, and he kept hearing footsteps. He said the footsteps sounded like someone walking back and forth just above him, so the kitchen. He was convinced that it was either me or my dad, so he called out a few times, even moving closer to the stairs to call out again, thinking they couldn't hear him. When he finished up with the tools, he went upstairs, expecting to see one of us, but he saw no one. He said that's when he called me. My dad and I had picked up dinner, and we were bringing it to the house. But we hadn't been there all day. Similarly to my dad, my boyfriend didn't really expand on his experience. Not at first, just saying that he thought he heard us upstairs, but it was probably just the house itself. Mind you, up to this point, I had never had a paranormal experience. I wouldn't have even considered it, honestly. But then, I actually moved into this house, and slowly, the little things really started to pile up. There was a door in the kitchen to a small but deep pantry. The door was one of those slide from side to side to open. At first, I would hear that noise. I wasn't sure that's what I was hearing, but I'd hear that noise and I wouldn't be in the kitchen. So I'd walk around the house and just sort of wait to hear it again. After living there a while, it started to click. I was hanging stuff up in the hallway, just behind the kitchen wall, and I heard the noise. My boyfriend was in the house with me, so I yelled out, "Babe, did you hear that?" And he rounds the corner, scaring the shit out of me. I'd thought that he was further away, and he says, "What noise?" After settling down, happy that it was just him that startled me, I told him that the noise that had just happened sounded like something brushing against wood. He laughed, and then he went to the pantry, opening and closing it. "This noise? It's your pantry, you goof. I'm stocking it up." He said this, opening and closing the door. I shook my head and said, "Yeah, that's the noise." Now, even though we'd essentially figured out where the noise was coming from, I'd still heard it when nobody was there. And though I also wasn't convinced that something spooky was happening for sure, I'd made my boyfriend stay at my house for a couple of days on end. I wanted him to experience what I was experiencing so that I didn't feel crazy. And moreover, so that he could fix the problem, if it was something with the house. One night, we were both in the living room, watching a movie, when we heard the noise. We darted up, almost excitedly, and scurried into the kitchen, where we saw the pantry door was open. Weird. That's what he said at first. And then he said that we just needed to get a new door. He thought that this one might be too light. I wasn't sure that I agreed or even what he meant. But then I thought about it and decided, yeah, it would be nice to not have to worry about this anymore. The next day, we picked up a door from the hardware store, one with hinges and a latch. And just like that, it was installed. The old door was put into the basement storage space because it was still a decent piece of wood, as my boyfriend had said. No more strange noises, at least for a while. I had been in the basement with my dad. It was my birthday, and we were discussing plans for a small wine cellar. There was a space in the basement that had already had shelving, so my dad was measuring it so we could add them along the wall. We were talking, and we were interrupted when we both heard the sound of footsteps above us. Is Mom coming over or something? I had asked this because I knew my boyfriend was at work, and he would be for another 3 hours. The plan was supposed to be dinner at my parents', so I wasn't sure why my mom was here. No, not your mother. At least I don't think so. Honey? My dad called out to my mom, but we didn't hear anything. He said he was just going to go check it out, and so I stayed downstairs. A couple moments later, he came back down saying that was so strange, saying there wasn't anyone up there, but my pantry and kitchen cupboards were open. We had both been upstairs before the basement, and we knew that those things weren't open, and we knew that we had heard footsteps. I think we need to get you some sort of alarm system, just in case. Anyone living alone should have something like that. My dad then joked that he would get me that instead of the wine cellar. Ha ha. Well, the next morning, my boyfriend and I were sitting in the kitchen, drinking coffee and eating cereal. We start to talk about what me and my dad experienced the night before, and he reminds me of the first time that he was here alone, how he had heard footsteps too. Then we're talking about my dad's experience, the pantry, etc., all of these combined. Half serious, I state the possibility that it's a ghost or something. And almost immediately after, and in a joking fashion, my boyfriend stands up and says, "Show yourself, demon." As soon as he finishes his sentence, I expected the worst. When nothing happened, I was able to crack a smile. He laughs, sits down, and says for good measure, "If you're not a demon and you're just a rat or something, show yourself." Kid you not, we heard a loud crash come from the basement. We both look at each other, wide-eyed. "You have to go check," I whispered to my boyfriend. I could tell that he was not excited about his new mission, but he headed to the basement. I asked him from upstairs what fell, and he didn't answer. I told him, don't try to scare me or something, and he said, no, I'm not. He just sort of stopped talking. And sort of fast, he hopped up the stairs. It's that door, the old pantry door, it fell or something. He didn't sound too confident. I told him that we really needed to get rid of that door. But as spooky as all of this was, we found ourselves sleeping fine that night, and we didn't experience anything strange for several weeks. By the time summer arrived, I hadn't gotten my AC installed, so it was making for some very hot nights in my bedroom. Because of this, I started making us sleep in the living room where it was cooler. I had an alarm system installed. Granted, this was late 90s, so nothing fancy. My boyfriend was there. I felt safe, to say the least. We woke up, abruptly, to the horrible sound of talk radio blaring from somewhere in the house. I felt completely disoriented as I tried to locate the source of all this noise. I looked over and my boyfriend was doing the same thing. I looked at the kitchen clock. It was almost 4 a.m. The sound was coming from an old stereo in the guest bedroom that I'd set up. My boyfriend hollers that he found it, so I head back there. But as I'm walking back there, I'm starting to feel nervous. I knew for a fact that I hadn't plugged that thing in. I have a thing about appliances being plugged in when they're not being used, and this stereo was no exception. Nothing, except for the bedroom light itself, was plugged in. When I got to the back room, it was still playing loud, and my boyfriend, confused, looking at me. It's not even plugged in. What the f***? He backs away from the thing, and it stops playing. For a long while after this, we both tried to get it to do that thing again. We would mess with it, plugged in, not plugged in, but we couldn't explain it. The stereo had no battery. It just shouldn't have worked. My boyfriend somehow was able to convince himself that there was a battery in the thing, somehow, some way. But I couldn't go with that explanation. There just wasn't space for batteries. None of it made sense, but it happened. That much I was sure about. There wasn't a lot of activity after that. I decided that was because I'd gotten rid of the stereo and the door. I'd lived there for 2 years before eventually selling the place. The reason I sold the house was my last experience and excellent timing. By this time, my boyfriend and I were no longer together, so I was living alone. Not entirely alone, as I had just adopted Monster from the dog rescue near my house. So, we're in the living room. I'm watching TV while Monster slept half on me and half on the couch. Out of his slumber, Monster perks up, and as he does, out of the corner of my eye, I see a shadow move just out of sight. The hairs on my arms were standing straight up, and Monster jumped off of my lap. He was running towards the kitchen, growling, barking. I followed him, and when I enter the kitchen, I see a full-on shadow figure bolt into the pantry. It wasn't a person. It couldn't have been, because the shadow, it didn't touch the ground. Then, the door, which had been opened, closed. It didn't slam. It just did the same thing it usually did. Closed slowly, and then click, the sound of the latch. I just stared at the door. My dog growled, and he wouldn't leave that area. There was something different that night. I couldn't bring myself to stay there. I legit ended up renting a hotel. It was way too late to bug my parents. But the next morning, I went to my parents' house, telling them I had to sell the place. It turned out there was a big developer in town that wanted to buy 3 of the houses on our street. Plans to make one large multifamily unit or something. So, like I said, it was good timing. Interesting thing, that multifamily unit never did finish being developed. It sat vacant and half-built for a long time, until it was eventually demolished years later. Now, it's a Costco. I don't live anywhere near the area, and I don't have a Costco membership. But I've always been curious if anyone who works there or shops there has experienced anything unusual, or more frank, if they've seen a shadow person. Because it's either that or someone was straight up living in my house without my knowledge. This happened about 4 years ago, in 2016. It's autumn time, and I'm driving to go pick up my girlfriend to get some food. I'll never forget glancing down at the clock to notice that the time was 8:30 p.m., and so the sun was beginning to set. I go and I've picked her up, but for some unknown reason, I decide to take a shortcut and drive through a notoriously haunted road. Background info: this road is situated exactly between a huge cemetery where many of my family are buried and a crematorium. I personally know 2 people that have died in a car crash around here. However, I have actually been down this road many times over the years, and I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal. In general, I've always considered myself to be a calm, rational, logical person, and I was always on the fence when it came to the paranormal. That is, until this day. Now bear in mind that these 2 adjoined long stretches of road, Park Lane and Forge Lane, used to be national speed limit roads, which means that in the UK, you're legal to drive up to 60 miles an hour. The limits on these particular roads have been changed and lowered since. But I bring it up so that you're aware that I'm completely focused, alert, and I have my wits about me while driving on this road. Also bear in mind this: these roads have absolutely no streetlights. The only form of lights are the cat eyes that are built into the road, which reflect off of cars' headlights and show the path. And there are no sidewalks on this road, and that's important for later. So I'm cautiously driving at a high speed, and I'm fully aware of my surroundings. We continue moving along, and quickly we've reached the halfway mark of these 2 connected roads. This is the point where the trees surrounding each side of the road kind of form a tunnel. This only managed to add to the eeriness. As I'm driving along, I suddenly notice a distant figure up ahead, 100 yards. He just sort of happened to be there from seemingly nowhere. So as any sane driver would do when they see a person standing in the middle of the road, I instinctively took my foot off of the gas until I realized something. There are no sidewalks for pedestrians to walk on, and it's a 60-mile-an-hour road. My mind instantly began going into overload. I started to go through a series of questions in my head. An absolute flood of emotions and sense of dread started to creep in. But I quickly reminded myself that I need to remain calm, driving on this very dangerous, unlit road. As I get closer and closer, to within less than 50 yards, I can finally make out a bit more detail. It's now that my emotions really start to run wild. My hands are shaking, and tears are rolling down my face, and I'm beginning to sweat profusely. All because I'm gradually starting to come to terms with what is in front of me. And I'd been unsuccessful in quickly trying to debunk this whole scenario in my head. I'm almost in disbelief with what I'm seeing in front of me. I see a brown robed figure, no face, no feet. He's just in the middle of the road, hovering. Then, almost as if he sensed that I was coming closer, I'm now within less than 10 yards. He literally drifts to the side of the road, into some nearby bushes, and completely vanishes. I barely maintain my composure long enough to finish driving to the end of the road, where I managed to park up. I was speechless. My face had gone so pale, and I was drenched in sweat. With tears still coming out of my eyes, I sat there for a full 10 minutes, just trying my hardest to debunk and comprehend what I'd just seen. But the truth was that there was no streetlights or other lights that could have somehow caused a visual misinterpretation. There were no paths for a random person to enter this section of the road. No other sort of interference from other external sources. And no headlamps from any cars coming in the opposite direction whatsoever. I eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, began processing in my mind that the only thing I could come up with was that I'd witnessed a full-body apparition of a brown-robed Benedictine monk. And do you know what the funniest thing about all of this is? My girlfriend was there the whole journey, but she had her head down, looking at her mobile phone the whole time. Although later on, she did actually end up having an experience of her own after seeing a different kind of apparition another time on the same road. This whole experience ended up having such an impact on me that I began doing some background research into the area. Sometime later on, I managed to discover two very specific details about the area. One, an actual monastery used to exist there, back in the 19th or 13th century. I also found a website dedicated to my city, just a generic website about the history of the city. However, I managed to find a thread. It was about the ghosts, locations in and around our city. And finally, after browsing through some 12 pages within it, I eventually find a comment by someone that also mentions seeing a monk. Were my toes actually frozen? No, I could move them. For the most part, they were wiggling. Numbish, but moving. But I was freezing. And then there was my mental state. It seemed to be getting worse by the minute. Buried by snow and some of the darkest thoughts you could imagine. I was sure that I was going to die, which wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was knowing that I was going to die alone. I was in this exact situation because I'd decided to be here instead of being somewhere else. Intentionally avoiding human connection, but unintentionally winding up needing exactly that, human connection. My mind was racing, but it was also slowing down. Thoughts of death circled endlessly, but I was starting to feel hopeless. And with hopelessness came reflection. Earlier in the week, my parents had been guilting me to go to some party for some old person. And that was exactly what I said to them. Well, what I exactly said was more like, why the hell would I go to some party for some old person? Super rude, I know. In my defense, I was on winter break, and I only had a few days to do something other than school. College had been rough, and I didn't realize at the time that I was actually depressed. Either way, I argued with them until they eventually gave up and said that I wouldn't have to go. Instead of going to this event with my parents, I decided that I was going to go for a hike. I headed to the city of Fernie, which is in British Columbia, and I was going to visit the Flathead Valley trails. After spending months in a dorm room surrounded by people that I didn't care to be around, I was ready to be alone. So instead of inviting anyone or answering any of my friends' calls, I just decided that I was going to do this solo. I was prepared to be alone, and I'd even brought my satellite phone, since my dad wouldn't budge on that. The hike started out perfect. There were some people on the mountain, but several of them were snowmobiles, and they passed me along the way. I couldn't get enough of the sunny day reflecting off the snow-covered hills. After about an hour into my hike, I'd reached a part of the trail that I didn't think I was going to be able to cross safely. According to my map, there was a creek that ran through this area, and even though it wasn't very deep, I couldn't afford to get wet, knowing that I had at least an hour back to my car. So I made my way back down the trail to see if I could find another way up. As I did this, I felt a very eerie quiet, followed by a sound that I had never heard in my life. The closest comparison was that it sounded like a thunderstorm. I looked up at the sky, but it was still that clear blue, so what was that sound? Then the ground beneath me, the snow, it started to give way. I grabbed a branch that helped me gain my footing, but the sound, it was louder, it was closer, and then it was snowing. It looked like it was snowing, but just as I realized what I was actually looking at, I was hurled backwards by the sheer force of a ton of snow. It had been falling from heights above me, entirely covering the blue sky that had previously been in its place. And just like that, I was completely buried. For the first several moments, I struggled to even grasp what position my body was in. I could move my fingers, my toes, but I couldn't move my legs, and I could move only one of my arms, my left. I tried to use it to remove the snow that had packed around my body. Starting with my right arm, I was making progress followed by instant defeat as more snow just filled the space that I had cleared. Dark, cold, alone. I would surely die here, and I had only told my parents where I was, my parents who were busy at a party that I'd so rudely declined to attend. Even if they'd thought to worry, it would be hours. Did I have hours? I truly didn't know, but I was panicking, trying to move everything that I could, completely exhausting myself as I got no closer to light and no closer to knowing what I was doing. I started to actually feel the cold, and that worried me. I had several layers on, warm layers, but they were no match for being literally covered in snow. Now, my limbs were getting tight, especially my right hand, which was now starting to feel warm. I couldn't touch it with anything to confirm, however, I feared the worst, that maybe my glove had fallen off, and my fingers were starting to get frostbite. At one point, I felt myself jolt awake. I wasn't even sure how I had passed out, but my immediate reaction was to start screaming for help. And that's what I did, the loudest and hardest that I could. I couldn't hear anything. Well, that's not true, actually. The sound that I could hear and had been hearing the whole time was like what you hear underwater, where everything is basically muted, but you can hear the waves. I guess that's the best way to describe it, although it wasn't calming like the ocean. It was terrifying, because I couldn't just reach the surface real quick. I had no concept of time. I only knew that it had been a long time, that I was weak, cold, and moving closer to thoughts of death. I felt such agony thinking about how my parents were going to feel, how unkind I was to them the last time I saw them. I thought about my friends. They'd been trying to reach me for days, and I thought about how I had ignored their calls. And then I thought about the fact that my parents probably wouldn't even get the chance to bury me. They would just go on through life wondering where I was, never having any sort of peace about anything. And then I thought about the kids that I'd seen on the trail. And then I was sick. I was making myself sick with these thoughts. I tried to shut them out, and I got some sort of energy again. So I started to wiggle my toes. cold but not numb. I tried to move them more and more until it felt like I was moving my foot. In what direction, I had no clue. I had the thought to spit. Hadn't I seen that somewhere? You spit to see which direction your saliva goes, and then you'll know if you're upside down. But I had no spit. My mouth was so dry. I was so thirsty. With my left hand, I took some snow and I placed it in my mouth until it melted. And then I spit. It didn't seem to go in any direction. Then I slowly felt it run down my upper lip. It clicked with me that I was on my back, that my feet were facing more upwards. I was too tired to really do anything about it, but I decided I might as well use all of my energy to kick my feet. I thought, they are closer to the surface. Maybe I can make some way somehow. I again found myself abruptly waking up, having no idea I'd fallen asleep again. But this time, I could hear something. I almost forgot that I couldn't move when I realized that the sound was voices. Still stuck, I used my voice again, using whatever was left to literally scream my lungs out. Within moments, the voices were louder. I could hear several people shouting something, over here, over here. Oh my God, they found me. So I kept screaming, until finally I could hear that the voices responding to my screams were telling me to hang on, and that they were going to get me out. Still, I was in a panic state, and I couldn't stop myself from screaming, so I just kept yelling, until finally I felt something physically move my leg, and then the rest of my lower body. Nothing compares to the feeling of the sun on my face in that moment. My eyes had been closed, but I felt the warmth. I felt the warmth of people and the sun, and I was never more grateful for other humans. My life had literally been saved. I had frostbite on 2 of my fingers on my right hand, and some of the skin on my face was damaged by the cold. These were nothing, temporary and minor inconveniences at the most. I was one of the lucky ones. Flathead Valley had experienced a serious avalanche, an avalanche that left several snowmobilers dead and several others needing emergency rescue. There were 3 or 4 others like me, individuals that had been at the trail end of the avalanche. Rescue crews were able to identify me because of my glove. They had seen it while combing the trail for people that were caught. I was grateful. I couldn't believe that my glove had actually helped in this situation. I'd been buried for a little over an hour, but it could have been much worse. Naturally, I hugged my parents like I've never hugged them before. I called my friends. I did it all. I also went to the doctor to address my depression, but ironically, I didn't feel nearly as depressed after the event as I had before. Something about almost dying. I guess in my case, it was what I needed in my life. A hard lesson, but a lesson that I needed nonetheless. Throughout college, I shadowed and interned with several individuals of the Mountain Rescue Association. These are people that are highly trained in rescue, specific to the conditions of the mountains. But they also have normal day-to-day jobs, since the MRA is mainly a volunteer group. I have so much respect for these people, it's not even funny. These people put their lives on the line to make sure people like me get to go home to their families. But they're also the same group that has to tell families that their loved ones won't be coming home. So, if you're a fan of the mountains, and maybe a fan of being alone, I urge you to consider the risks you take, because one of those trips could be your last. I didn't really like the church that our family went to growing up. It was a small church, but it had those really high vaulted ceilings and only one window, besides the door itself. In front of the window, and behind the podium, hanging from above the rafters, was one of those really large statues of Christ on a cross. It was actually an agonizing sight, especially when you're just 5 years old. My first real memories of this place were from around that age, so it was back in 1988. And where I grew up in West Virginia, my town was small. And I don't know what it's like now, but in Clearview at the time, this was the main church. There were, of course, others, even in a town with less than 1,000 people. But this was a special church. This was because the preacher claimed to have been touched by God himself. I'll get to that later. But chronologically speaking, the first experience I had was sitting outside the steps of the church, just waiting to go inside while Mama talked with some friends. I was twirling around my Barbie doll, and I glanced over at the church, where just to the right of the entrance I saw a little girl. She was only poking her head and her shoulders out, the rest of her tucked behind the building. I was instantly curious because I didn't know her, and I'd known all of the little girls, I thought. I remember running towards her, my mama calling after me, and the girl dissipated right in front of me. I watched as she went from being there to being nothing. I was now being scooped up by Ma, and we were heading into the church. I was the only one who saw the little girl, I guess, and I would see her again. Sometimes it would be the exact same spot. Sometimes I'd see her sitting in the church, or I'd hear her run away. She never spoke to me, but I felt like she could tell that I could see her. I don't remember seeing her past the 2nd grade, but after that, I started to notice other things. Aside from the larger-than-life Jesus staring down every Sunday, you had the odd happenings surrounding the piano, where it always seemed like it needed to be replaced or repaired in some way. We would be singing, the church would be filled with noise, and then suddenly you'd hear the piano go out, and everyone would stop. I remember this happening all the time, and as I got older, I noticed that this would coincide with things like a light going out, or the sound of someone walking above us. There was no above us, only a vaulted ceiling with a roof atop. No attic, no basement. This was a single-story building, and yet footsteps above. All of the children seemed to notice these steps, and if the adults heard them too, they dismissed them, maybe as birds. And then there was the preacher, the outrageous preacher who said that angels were dancing on the roof. I remember hearing these insane stories at church, and then questioning them when we got into the car, like asking Mama why the preacher was always yelling. I would ask why he had to grab onto people and shake them, get in everyone's face. Why do you have to do that? She would laugh and laugh, saying he's exactly the kind of man that we need to run that church, to help this town. That he was a man touched by God, and that he was going to bring truth and salvation to our small hillside. He was the answer to our prayers. But what prayers? I didn't feel like we needed anything in our lives. Had we even sinned enough to need to be saved? And every Sunday at that? I didn't press the issue. As an adult, I'm not religious. Not like that. But back then, you just didn't question the church. And you sure as shit didn't question God. So for years, I would attend the church. And through the years, I at least talked with my friends about the preacher, the church, the little girl. Others had seen her too. One girl claiming that her sister, her little sister, could still see her. I had witnesses to what I was seeing, so I knew that it was real. But it didn't hit me until years later what that could mean. The outrageous preacher ended up being a bit of a scam artist. Shocker. I know. He'd taken the church's money and pulled an identical scam a couple of states over, just before hitting West Virginia. Before the days of heavy internet access and cell phones, he'd gotten away with quite a lot. However, he did end up dying in a car accident while driving under the influence. So, as Mama said, he got his. The preacher that replaced this man, he was a good man, like an actual good man. One that took up and moved his family to Clearview. I still didn't care much for church, but at least this guy wasn't yelling at us. It was the year before Mama passed away in 2002 that he gave my friends and I the real story and history behind this church. Years before any of us were born, sometime in the 1950s, this was a 2-story chapel, and there was a young girl who had died there. How? Was the first question that everybody had asked before the preacher could even finish telling the story. He told us that we needed to be prepared for the morbid and tragic truth, at which time we all sort of understood that this was a serious story, and that the excitement we were feeling was maybe misguided. Either way, I needed to hear the rest. When he felt we were listening, he told us that a fire was reported and attended to almost immediately after smoke was seen. But even though they were able to get the fires put out, and only the top floor had been destroyed, they'd made a terrible discovery while putting the fire out. Firefighters had found the partial remains of an unidentified little girl. I remember my friends and I sitting very still, one of them saying, "Wasn't she no one's little girl?" Apparently people had known this story, I just wasn't one of them, I thought. But she was right. The preacher told us that no one came forward to claim the little girl, and no missing children reports ever came through the area. Investigators still don't know much about the little girl, and they never learned what caused the fire or who was responsible for any of it. Basically, it was a tragic mystery for years, and the church remained partially charred until 1975, when it was refurnished into a 1-story, small chapel that I'd grown accustomed to. Never fond of, but familiar with. I don't go back much since Mama passed away, but I do plan to take my kids there sometime. They get a real kick out of this story each time I talk about back in the day. I joked that we gotta wait for a grandkid to show up, since they'll likely be the only ones to see the little girl. Part of me feels happy that people continue to bring their kids to church, even if I wasn't much for it. I like the thought of that little girl having company. If she was stuck here for some reason or by choice, at least she didn't have to be stuck alone.
When I was 13, my family moved into a home in a nice neighborhood in Tucson, Arizona. It was a relatively new building, 2002, and was part of a very nice subdivision. I lived in the house from the age 13 to roughly 19 years old. There was a year in college dorms in the middle. No one had died in the house that I could find, and overall it didn't have any of those haunted house red flags. Also, for context, although I'm not currently very religious, I grew up in an extremely Christian religious family. The entire time I lived in the house, I had horrible nightmares, to the point where I was scared to go to sleep. My parents would sort of play it off like it was nothing. My parents were on one side of the house, and they had their own bathroom. On my side of the house, it was just me, and no one used my bathroom. At night, I would hear the sink was on, and the toilet flushing. No one was ever in the bathroom when I looked. I tried to play it off like it was nothing. I would also hear scratching in the attic, relatively frequently. My childhood home had a stray cat that lived in our attic, so I quickly explained that away as likely some sort of animal, even though this was a newer house with a sealed attic.
and we never found an animal. I thought that all of this was just happening to me. Eventually, my mom and dad started talking about footsteps that they heard at night. My mom said that they would walk around the house, but she didn't feel any negative energy. So she thought maybe it was an angel or a deceased loved one protecting us. Insert eye roll at the angel comment here. My dad said the footsteps happened every night. I stayed awake one night, and sure as shit, it sounded like someone shuffling through the house. All of this seemed like pretty harmless activity, until one night in my late teens, I woke up to find that my bedroom door was closed. I had a mirror on the back of my bedroom door, and I was always afraid of seeing something in the mirror, so I kept the door open and the hall light on. Everyone in the house knew about my obsession with keeping the door open. Later, when I asked about it, no one in my family said they shut my door. Upon seeing the door shut, I immediately panicked. I got out of bed, heart pounding, and I tried not to look in the mirror. I opened the door, took a deep breath, and walked back to my bed. I remember thinking something like, this is the part of a horror movie when I would get attacked. And then I laid down in my bed. The next part, I'm not kidding. And I know people will call BS and say that it didn't happen. But I know without a shadow of a doubt, this happened to me. And I can't explain it to save my life. The second I laid down in bed, it was like the covers were pulled over my face, and someone was holding them down over my head. It felt like hands were all over my body, pinning me down. I felt like I was burning all over. And I could hear the sound of firewood burning in my ears. I could also hear laughing. I couldn't move, and I felt like I was going to die. Regardless of your views on religion, all I could think to do was pray. I don't know if I prayed out loud or really loud in my head, but I said something like, "In the name of Jesus, stop," 3 times. I remember very specifically on the 3rd time, everything evaporated. My house was quiet, and I ran. I bolted into my parents' room, covered in sweat and sobbing. My dad said that it was just a nightmare. I got angry and yelled at him for not listening to me. I wouldn't go back into my room. My mom took it a little more seriously. The next day, she had the house anointed and prayed over, and everything stopped. The footsteps, the nightmares, the toilet flushing, everything. We eventually moved out of the house, and nothing like that has ever happened again. But it seems that everywhere I go since then, weird shit still happens to me, periodically, but not at that scale. Like I said, I'm not super religious anymore, but this is one of those things I can't really explain. I know it happened. My family knows it happened. I can't offer any logical explanation for what happened. In college, I spent New Year's Eve at a house that a couple of friends lived in near campus. It wasn't a huge rager, probably like 10 or 15 people, and it was a bring-your-own-beer situation. Being in college, we naturally brought more than just alcohol. It was probably an hour or so past midnight when people started to leave. Myself and a few friends were still pretty drunk, and we were probably going to be staying the night. So we just kept smoking and hanging out in the living room. Suddenly, we hear a loud bang coming from the front door. It was so loud that it cut right through the music. So we grabbed one of our friends that lived in the house to see if they would answer the door. They looked out the window, smiled, and then turned to all of us laughing, saying, "It's that rollerblading lady." I knew exactly who he was talking about. She wasn't exactly his neighbor, since he didn't know which house was hers. but he and myself had seen her rollerblading around the neighborhood from time to time. So our friend lets her inside, and as she put it, she'd been spending her New Year's Eve getting fucked up and rollerblading around town. We actually thought at the time that was pretty cool. We let her change her skates, and she said she needed to call her husband. She told us that she'd lost her keys while skating at some point. Fair enough, we thought. At first, she did seem cool. Maybe a little bit wasted, but who wasn't? She was asking us how college life was treating us. Normal question. And then she moved on to excitedly bragging about her kids and her husband. Rambling, really. They're top of their class. Her husband was a firefighter model. One of my friends asks her if she has any pictures of her family. So she shows us a picture of her kids, and they look nothing like her. That's probably common, but I said it out loud, just as a drunk observation. So she says that they look exactly like their dad, but she had no photos of him. No family photos from a woman who seemed to do nothing but brag about her family and their looks. Mind you, she's showing us this photo via a cell phone. Everyone has more than one photo on their phone, one way or another. For some reason, at this point, I started to feel a little sketched out. Not having a real reason, but I was drunk and stoned, so I was questioning if it was just paranoia. I swallowed it and maintained my composure. But then, she was starting to get too comfortable. She sat back on the couch, where she could see everyone basically, and started asking really specific questions like our full names, where we worked, not just how old we were, but our birth dates. Now it was the whole room feeling sketched out. One of my friends walked into the back room. I followed, and so did one other person. My friend said that he was worried that she was a cop, that we needed to slowly hide the drugs and to just not leave her alone in the living room at any point. So we started to take shifts, going in and out of the back room, plotting on how to get rid of her, while some stayed in the common area to entertain. During these shifts, when I was in the living room or front room area, and the others were in the back, still trying to figure out how to get rid of her, she was trying to get everyone to take shots with her. Everyone who was underage, myself included, refused, and only a few people who were actually of age joined in taking the shots, mainly the people that lived in the house. She got a little aggressive when she saw that a few of us weren't drinking, and she asked very abruptly if we were leaving tonight or something. Then, she asked who was all staying there tonight. Basically, all of us were. But I just lied and said, yeah, I have to get going home eventually. She took that answer and kept pouring shots for everyone. That's when I noticed that she was pouring her shots out into the sink when she thought that nobody else was looking. Yeah, I didn't know if I thought that she was a cop. The idea of a strange woman trying to manipulate us for unknown reasons, it really creeped me out. However, no one drinking in that moment seemed to catch on, and so I was about to ask why she did that, when she very suddenly left the house. We all took note that she left her skates and her vodka. And while we were glad that she was finally gone after almost 2 hours, we went after her to return her skates so she wouldn't have a reason to come back. She couldn't have gone far, as she'd just left the house, but none of us could find her. Eventually, we gave up, and we left the skates outside the front door. We thought leaving the vodka out was a pretty bad idea, so we took it inside and tried to forget the weirdness of the night. Later that night, after everyone must have passed out, I'm woken up by my friend who's sleeping on the floor next to me. She's now sitting up looking at me very seriously. She says that it sounds like somebody is trying to break in. And she was right. The door handle was moving rapidly, like someone was trying to open it, and it sounded like metal scraping metal. After remaining frozen for an extended period of time, I slid off the couch and told my friend to follow me as we crawled back to the bedrooms to grab one of the guys. We found our friend, but for the life of us, we couldn't wake him up. If he wasn't snoring so hardcore, we actually may have thought he was dead. We stayed silent and could hear somebody walking around the outside of the house. The house was surrounded by gravel and not grass, and we could hear the sound of someone walking on those rocks. "It's totally that lady," I said to my friend. We both sort of grabbed each other's hands and decided to move on to another bedroom. As we were leaving this one, we froze. We see a clear shadow outline of someone trying to look in through the window. One moment later, they're attempting to open the window. Thank goodness these guys keep things locked, is all I could think about as we skittered to the room next door. Our friend in this room was sleeping like a rock as well. Nothing that we could do to get him to wake up. But his girlfriend was there too, and she woke up no problem. Confused, she asked us what was going on. We quietly tried to explain, pointing to the windows and making shushing noises. But before we could finish, she heard the footsteps too. And she started to try and wake up our friend, without any luck. We sat in the dark room, in silence, sort of exchanging looks of angst. My friend says that we should call the cops, but we can't help but think about the consequences for ourselves. Alcohol and paraphernalia, they were prevalent everywhere, and it wasn't our house. What if our friends got in trouble? So we, all four of us, laid in bed. Our friend's girlfriend was clenching a taser that she'd grabbed from her purse, as we listened to someone proceed to walk the perimeter and try every single window and door to the house. Eventually, they gave up. And after we felt that they were gone, we must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I recall is it was morning, and I was jolting awake. My friend and my friend's girlfriend practically did the same thing. As we were all waking up, we start to go into the various rooms and can't believe that these guys are still sleeping. The first thing that my friend says, the one that wouldn't wake up first, "Dude, that lady slipped us something." Then it's just rapid fire of exchanging stories and feelings. And the three of us girls talk about how someone, likely that lady, came back last night, literally trying to break in. Our friend runs outside and sees that the skates are still there. Confused, we all sit around and we put everything together the best that we can. We come to the conclusion that anyone who took a shot with that woman found themselves feeling very drowsy, not like a drunk they'd ever felt. And then they blacked out. No one remembered how they got to their beds or what happened once they were there. But for me, my friend's girlfriend, we didn't notice anything off about the guys before they went to bed. Anyone who didn't take a shot was totally fine. So we know that she drugged my friends and that she tried to break into the house. We just aren't really clear why. It's not like college kids are rolling in the dough, and there weren't any clear valuables in the house. Even the TV that she could see was an old clunky one that she'd never be able to carry on her own. And why would she want it? I guess we will never know because she didn't come back for those skates. In the 3 years that we remained in the area, we never saw her again. But also, what exactly did she slip into that bottle? I think there's a ghost in my dorms. I was sleeping in my dorm room last night and I woke up on and off all night. At some point, I wake up and I thought my roommate was just inches from my face, sitting or crouching at the edge of my bed. I blinked, and whoever was there, whoever I saw, was gone. I looked over and my roommate was sleeping in their bed. It freaked me out a lot. They had pixie short hair that hung in their eyes. I think their eyes were black, but that could have been because it was dark. I couldn't tell if they looked like a young boy or girl, but they had a childlike face. This isn't the first time that someone has seen a childlike figure in the dorms. Many of the RAs have seen it too. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm not about it. When I was 17, I was living with an ex-boyfriend, and we'd go swimming late at night with some of our friends at a public pool, illegally. One night, my ex-boyfriend and I went to a friend's house to see if her and her husband wanted to go for a late-night swim with us. They said yes, so we packed up and left. When we got to the pool, it was about 11:30, and it was really dark, obviously, so we had our flashlights. And we always had out knives for protection against wild animals. Anyways, we were swimming, having fun, talking and such. But then we heard something in the woods next to the pool. Keep in mind, the pool was a fenced-in area because it was a public park, so we felt kind of safe. When we heard the noise, we got very quiet and we listened. We didn't hear or see anything when we shined our flashlights around the woods. So naturally, we went back to swimming. I was still freaked out a bit because it was dark and it was late. I was shining my light around the lake that was nearby, and I saw what looked like eyes standing 7 or 8 feet above ground. I stared at it for a good few minutes before it turned and walked away into the water of the lake. I asked my friends and my ex-boyfriend if they saw what I did, and they all said no, but that they'd heard something in the lake. To this day, I want to go back to that lake at night and find out what it was, because that was the scariest thing I've ever seen. I'm 26 now, but this story is from when I was 13, and my younger brother was about 6. Every year, usually on summer vacation, my family would take a road trip. Each trip, my dad would pick a random destination, and then we'd each get to pick something fun that we wanted to do on the way there or on the way home. Usually, I'd pick something like swimming. My mom would always pick a real touristy thing like largest ball of yarn, and my dad, the history buff, always chose something history-related. Ghost towns, old western towns, industrial towns, places with a lot of history. Not exactly museums, but places where he could be the tour guide. We live in Chicago, and this year we decided our destination would be Denver. I chose the Schlittervahn Water Park in Kansas City. My mom chose Dorothy's house in the land of Oz, which is almost exactly what it sounds like. But where this trip got real interesting is when we visited the town of Dodge City. Dodge City, Kansas is an old western town that was booming in the days before railroads were up and running. Fun fact, this is the town where we get the saying, "Get out of Dodge" from. So, we're doing our thing, walking around, allowing my dad to tell us everything he knows about the place. My little brother is between my mom and I, holding each of our hands, being a 6-year-old and mumbling to himself. And suddenly, he lets go of our hands. He starts running ahead of us while shouting excitedly, "Okay!" as if he was responding to something that someone had said. My mom nudges me to go after him, so I bolt off, but by now he's already stopped running, and he's hopping in front of the old drugstore. He leans down and he picks something up from under one of the benches. As I run up to him and I ask him why he ran off, I tell him to grab my hand. As he does, he shows me what's in his other hand. It was one of those souvenir pennies that was flattened. It had Dodge City, Kansas printed across it and some old Western designs. My little brother proceeds to tell me that his new friend said that he would show him a lucky penny if he followed him. My parents caught up and asked my brother the same question. I couldn't wait to see their expression. My mom asks immediately after, "What friend?" My little brother tells my mom, "I don't know. You saw us running." So my parents sort of laugh it off, thinking he's got a wild imagination. I ask my mom and dad to look at the penny, and I tell them that part of the story. My dad is fascinated and asks my brother, "Does your friend live here?" And my brother tells my dad, "Yes, he looks like a cowboy, Daddy. He looks like me, but he's a cowboy." And just as my dad starts to lose interest, my brother continues, "He was locked in a closet for too long." And then, "Lots of people didn't leave here, Daddy. Lots of people got stuck." We all sort of just walked in silence, wondering if my brother would have more to say. But that was it. Until we were leaving Dodge City. That's when my brother told us to wave goodbye. He said his friend couldn't come with us and that we had to say goodbye. As we drove away, all four of us were waving to an imaginary friend that none of us were too sure was all that imaginary. And my little brother, he never talked about an imaginary friend again. 13 years later, he doesn't even remember it, and it drives me crazy. But we do still have the lucky penny. I used to live in a very small town. It was a place where everybody knew each other, and gossip spread really fast. There were 2 schools, a high school and a grammar school. For those of you who don't know or don't have one, it's basically pre-K through 8th grade. My grandparents' house was a few miles down the road, and we were having a family gathering. Their house was smallish. My grandma's room was connected to my mom and aunt's old room. That's what we called the back bedroom since it was in the back of the house. When I was 6 or 7, my older cousin, about 13, we were playing. He, I guess, wanted to play a fun prank on me, and he picked me up and shoved me in the walk-in closet. Then he closed the door and turned off the light. I was screaming at him to let me out, when out of nowhere, I hear the sound of a music box, loud and clear. That's when my aunt opened the door to let me out. The music stopped immediately, and I went back outside. When I was 9, I started going to my grandparents' house more often because my mom was working, and in college, my dad was working more. I liked it there. I never really went back to the back bedroom again because of that, I guess, traumatic experience. My grandma sent me back there to grab a puzzle from under the bed, and I was anxiety-ridden, but I did it. As I walked back there and grabbed the puzzle, I didn't hear anything, and I thought myself as stupid for being scared. I turned to leave, and the music box sound played, slow and muffled, from the closet. I heard muffled laughter. I turned around and looked at the door, and it opened a little. I ran back to the kitchen as fast as I could, and I told my grandma about it. She told me I just had an active imagination, and there was nothing back there. A few nights later, my mom and dad decided to have a break from work and school and go on a date. I stayed the night at my grandparents' house with my older brother. We were playing hide and seek outside, and I was sitting underneath the back bedroom window. There was a knocking sound above me, and I looked up to see the outline of a person I stood up, and there was a shadow of a little girl looking back at me. I remember not being able to move because I was scared. My brother called me, and I turned to look at him. And when I looked back at the window, the little girl was gone. I kept seeing her around the house, sometimes hearing muffled laughter and the music box. I hated being inside alone, and I stayed mostly next to my grandpa. When my grandpa passed away, I felt empty. I was 12 and I had a tough time in middle school. He was really the only thing that got me through it. I had stopped going as much after my mom graduated, but I started going every weekend after Grandpa passed. The first night at the house after he passed, I saw the shape of the girl. I was too sad at the time to be scared. I looked, but ended up falling asleep. I never saw or heard her again. I always wished that I could see my grandpa, but I felt happy knowing that maybe he wasn't a ghost. Maybe he was actually in a better place. I was recently discussing ghosts and sharing ghost stories with my best friend, and remembered this strange experience I'd had during outdoor education camp in 6th grade. I realized I hadn't thought about it for many years and decided to write about it here, because to this day, I have no idea what I actually saw, and it still gives me the creeps. My best friend had also been there at the time, but I'd been too afraid to tell her about what I'd seen, in case I was just crazy. We're now both in our early 30s. It was 2001, and the whole 6th grade class, so about 60 kids, had a week-long camping field trip in some redwoods, a couple of hours from our school. It was supposed to be a celebration for finishing elementary school, basically a week of swimming, hiking, crafts, and adventure. It was great fun. On one of the last nights, the camp aides took us on a night hike into the forest. There were about 5 to 10 camp counselors and teachers with flashlights, and the students got little glow sticks to hold. We first gathered in a large soccer field to get directions and organize our group. It was very dark, and we could see all of the stars in the sky. We were surrounded by thick, dark forest. As I marveled at the nature around me, I saw something white flittering about in my peripheral vision. I turned to see a strange, rapidly shifting, white entity. It seemed like it was glitching, the way that it was sort of blinking in and out of existence. It was almost pitch black outside, yet the figure seemed to be internally lit, with sparks of energy. Thinking it was my eyes adjusting to the dark, seeing floaters or ocular debris, I rubbed my eyes and blinked. I looked straight at it, expecting it to disappear, but it didn't. It actually seemed to become aware of me looking at it, as it moved back into the trees a little further, as I continued to watch it move about. When I looked away, I could still see it in the corner of my eye, starting to come closer. It emerged from the perimeter of the forest. At first, it looked like a humanoid, diaphanous figure. Then, it morphed into a wolf-like figure, running on all fours quickly. There was a good distance between me and this spirit, but I was still scared, and I felt sick to my stomach. I thought I was going crazy or something was wrong with my eyes. I didn't believe in ghosts, and I'd only had a couple of spooky encounters like cabinet slamming. Up until this moment, I'd always felt there was a logical explanation to everything. Anyways, we finally began our hike. My best friend was right next to me, but I told her nothing of this creepy-ass, shifting, transparent creature thing in the forest. The thought of her not being able to see it or thinking that I was crazy, that was too much of a risk. To my relief, we turned away from the side of the forest where the thing was, and we start to enter the forest on the opposite side. The trail was very steep. We hiked in a long line, with the camp aides at the front, middle, and end of the group. I was somewhere in the middle. After 15 minutes or so of hiking, I remember feeling a prickly sensation down my spine, and my stomach churned. I glanced behind me, and that's when I see the forest thing at the very back of the line, following us, or me. Although there were still a lot of kids in the line separating me and the thing, it was much closer than before when it was in the woods by the field. It now had a distinctly humanoid form, although its edges seemed blurry and in still constant flux. It had no face, and if I stared at it directly, it would fade somewhat, but not disappear. And like before, when looking at it peripherally, it became much more solid in form. I was scared shitless, but still said nothing to anyone. I decided my eyes were still tricking me. Once we got to the top of our destination, it was time to turn around. I saw the figure still hanging at the end of the line. Then, the front of the line doubled back, and to my horror, I realized I would be forced to pass the white figure. As soon as I got within 15 or 20 feet of the figure, it dissipated, like steam or smoke, right in front of me. I never saw it again. I didn't sleep that night in the open-air cabin, and I was very relieved that we were going home the next day. Malakoff-Diggins State Park. It's one of those places that you see signs for when you're driving down Highway 20, or the Yuba Donner Scenic Byway in Nevada City, Gold Rush Town. In 2013, myself and a few friends decided to visit Malakoff for a hike on the way back from Reno. No big deal. We hike a lot, and we're used to hot weather, strange terrain, etc. Well, we weren't used to what we experienced while we were in this particular park, and it made for a rather short hike. The park itself was pretty beautiful, and we could see from a map that there was a pond, Diggins Pond. It sat essentially at the center of all the various trail ends. We'd learned that Malakoff was actually part of an abandoned town, a small town that was filled with people that were chasing the gold rush. They'd even settled and had a schoolhouse built. It wasn't much of a town anymore aside from that schoolhouse, but we weren't really there to stay. We just wanted to chase daylight, not in the car, find us a body of water, and then hit the road. My friend, we'll call her Carrie. Carrie and I were a bit ahead of everybody else, and we thought it would be funny to hide behind one of the various large rocks or trees that surrounded the trail. We wanted to scare the others. One of our friends was especially freaked out by the little abandoned town feel, so we knew that we'd get her good. We quieted our steps and found the perfect rock, boulder, and we just waited for our friends to pass. It's easy to realize how long you've been waiting for someone when you're in a crouched position. My thighs were starting to burn, and as Carrie and I looked at each other, it was clear that we were thinking the same thing. What's taking them so long? We slowly stood up and peeked out towards the trail. We couldn't see our friends. They probably got distracted by something shiny. We joked as we walked back in the direction of our friends. When our friends were in view again, we were greeted with a very serious, "There you guys are. What the hell?" And they went on about how that was so creepy and to not do that again. In this moment, Carrie and I were both sort of confused, asking if they thought that we were lost or something, saying that the funny thing was we were originally hiding over there. We pointed over the hill towards the rock, but you guys never showed up. Everyone was sort of quiet. And now, we all looked confused. The crying noises, you guys, the crying noises and the voices. Carrie and I looked at each other, then back at everyone else. What voices? We asked this almost in unison. Everyone gave us that look like, enough is enough, and it became clear that they weren't going to explain themselves. As we stood there in almost silence, I noticed that I had goosebumps. I looked around and everyone else did too, all along our arms and our legs. Maybe we're closer to the water than we thought. I started to say this when I was cut off. Shh. I was shushed by more than one of my friends. And at first I was offended, but then I heard it. It sounded like crying. It sounded like children crying. We were all so focused and so silent that when something moved just behind us, we all jumped at the same time, trying not to make a sound, but unsuccessfully making a whole lot of it. Suddenly, it felt like something was near us, like watching us. We said to each other out loud that we should head out, but it felt like we couldn't move. Like we couldn't leave the way that we came in. Like something was blocking us from doing that, or maybe it was our instincts telling us that something was over there, something that we didn't want to be a part of. We all sort of made a circle with our bodies, all of our backs facing one another, getting a full view of our surroundings. We could hear the sound of something heavy walking on the trail, but none of us could see anyone walking. We asked each other over and over, looking from trail end to trail end, but there was no one there, no one but us. I squeezed my friends' hands and I told them quietly that I thought something was getting closer. My friends nodded. No one else said anything for a while. It was clear now that the sound was much closer, practically in our bubble. But there's no one here or there. So what? It was Carrie that led the charge, declaring, "Whatever, let's go. This shit is too weird." And she took off running. So we followed suit. We hadn't gotten far when suddenly my friend yelled out, like she'd gotten hurt. So we all halted and turned back. She was on the ground. "Holy shit, you're bleeding." I know it's not exactly the best thing to say to someone who's injured, but I was yelling this as I reached for a towel and my first aid kit. But my friend said she was fine. She told me not to bother with the kit, that we just needed to get back to the car. I wasn't feeling right about just leaving her bleeding, but she was already up and going. So, again, I followed. Almost as soon as the car doors closed, my friend, the one that was hurt, started crying. But it was like, as soon as we went to comfort her, she snapped out of it and told us to start driving. So Carrie started to drive, and we sat in silence for a minute, pretty sure we were just decompressing. Something grabbed me. Something grabbed me and pulled me backwards. That's why I'm bleeding. Like, I didn't trip, you guys. I hate that place. At first, I didn't know what to think, but then it was like, oh yeah, we experienced something super weird before that happened. We were running because we knew something bad was there. You guys believe me, right? Like, what was that? My friend finally asked. Of course we believe you. I mean, I heard the crying, and that definitely wasn't me or Carrie. If that's the same crying that you guys heard, it wasn't us. The conversation after I said that just sort of spiraled, and we all recapped the nonsense we'd just experienced. Eventually, we'd been driving and talking about the weirdness so long that we didn't even notice that one of our friends hadn't said anything for quite some time. That's when we all learned together that Malakoff-Diggins State Park has a bit of a dark past. We found several stories on the place, different variations of what really broke the town, but one story that continued to pop up. It was a dark one. The story of a school teacher who had murdered one of his students. But he hadn't just murdered a student. He'd murdered the child by hanging him from the rafters of the schoolhouse in front of the rest of the children. Yeah, it was one of the darker things I'd heard in a while. I mean, just know this, we aren't adrenaline junkies. We don't go to places with the intention of getting scared or anything like that. Had we known the dark history, we likely would have picked a different hike. It just sort of shook all of us, especially my friend who was grabbed. But it's been hard for all of us to grasp or conceptualize the idea that spirits or some unknown energy can actually hurt you. I mean, that just doesn't seem like it should be something that is possible. Yet here we are, talking about that time that it happened. Well, that's the only creepy experience I've ever had, but it's enough for me. We definitely always at least research the trails and parks that we go to now. We don't need a repeat of that one summer, we always say. We'll do anything to never have to hear the sound of children crying in the woods again. I'm a retired wildland firefighter with the National Forest Services, and this is one of my craziest or creepiest things I experienced before I retired. The year is 2004. Hell's Canyon area in the middle of Idaho. My crew and I had been working all day on an emerging incident, and we were going to be working through the night. I was second in charge at the time, so I was ahead of everybody, scouting the area for any problems on an ATV. I had made my way towards a logging road. It was a road that clearly hadn't been used in a long time. As I cruised down the empty road, I could see ahead what looked like a bobcat or lynx, just sitting in the middle of the road. Normally, these things are pretty skittish, so I wasn't sure why it wasn't moving or running away once it could hear me. This thing just stands there for a good 10 seconds, but then it screams at me, and it scampers up into a tree not 5 feet off the road. I thought this was strange, but not exactly unnerving. About a half-mile down the road, I find a small cabin. Now, I thought this was extra strange. It was federal land, and no private structures should be there. I got off the ATV just to look around, and as I walked the perimeter, I could see that all of the windows and doors had been boarded shut and tight. Yeah, someone had done a good job of securing this place. The door had been replaced by something metal, thick metal, and a giant chain and lock that secured the metal door to the log cabin frame. Someone did not want anything getting in or out of this place. I peered through the remaining space between the hole in the door and the chain that was coming from it. The house was furnished. Furniture in the house, but it had been tossed around. It looked like garbage, papers, practically no light getting through, but enough to see that there were chairs and a table turned over. Something that looked like it could be a couch, but it was too dark. You could see broken glass or a broken mirror on the floor. Something shiny littered the whole ground. I stood there a minute and honestly couldn't make up my mind about this place. I did feel unsettled. So I hopped on the ATV and headed back up the road. And things got a little bit more unsettling. Right where the bobcat had been, there stood an old woman. She was incredibly tan, like she'd been in the sun for years. And she wore a badly tattered nightgown with bare feet. And she was just standing there. I yelled out to her, asking if she needed some help. She didn't say anything, so I almost asked again. But before I could, she screamed at me. I actually felt my knees get weak, grateful that I'd been sitting down at the time of the scream. It was the exact same scream as the cat from before. Then she climbs right up the same tree, and so much faster than any human has the right to be climbing. I didn't stick around. I just headed out fast. I don't even think I had my eyes open as I made my way back down that road. I wasn't sure what had just happened, but I tried to unpack it on the way back. By the next morning, after working through the night, I was still unsure of who or what I had seen. So I asked a local guy at the breakfast bar about the cabin, the one off the old logging road. He said he'd never heard of anything like that most folks don't hang out in that area. He then started to ask other patrons at the bar. And sure enough, after asking around a little, a local man hears us talking, and he informs us that I'd seen a skinwalker. He was a tall, very serious Native American man, so originally he actually used a different word, one that escaped my brain, but something I couldn't pronounce anyways. And he translated it to skinwalker, thinking that would be a familiar term for me. But at the time, I didn't really know what that was either. Honestly, to this day, I haven't done a lot of research on it because of what the man said to me. He told me very seriously that I wasn't the first to see the skinwalker, and that I wouldn't be the last. He said I was lucky that I was able to leave unscathed, and that I should never approach or engage with a skinwalker. It's best to not think about it again. I held on to that advice for several years, only ever talking about it with my original crew that weekend. Eventually, I told my wife, but that was 3 years after it had happened. She asked what took me so long to tell her, and I don't know. I guess for a while there, I genuinely feared for our safety, and I thought if she didn't know about it, nothing could affect her. So, I don't really know what I saw, but I know that I saw something that I've never seen since, and that I hope to never see again. I've never really known what to make of this event, other than what it really ended up being. A life-changing, potentially life-saving event. In 2010, I was traveling by means of bus, via a particularly well-known bus company, from my parents' house in northern Montana to Bend, Oregon. My plan was to meet up with some friends at their cabin for a couple weeks I was going to be leaving for Australia for a paid internship, and I'd be gone for a year. So I was on the bus, in front as I usually am. I like to be in the first seat if I can. That way, I get off quickest, and most people don't like to sit there, so it's usually open. We'd been driving for quite a while, and I was really excited to hit the next bus station, because I needed to stretch my legs badly and get something from the vending machine. When we finally did stop, I made a mad dash for the vending machine area, and I proceeded to stock up on everything. As I reached down to grab my peanut M&Ms, someone grabbed my arm. I was instantly nervous, and I tried to release myself from the grasp. And as I turned, I could see that it was a woman. She was a very old woman, so I immediately thought that she was confused. I used my other hand to slowly peel her fingers off of my arm, and I tried to get her to look at me as I asked her if she needed something. At first, she said nothing, and so I sort of looked around, frantically, I guess. I was looking to see if someone in the crowd looked like they were missing someone. "Laura," she whispered. Chills started to run up my arms. My body was filled with goosebumps. "Excuse me? Do we know each other?" I had no clue how this woman knew my name. But she grabbed my arm again, and this time I was even more uncomfortable. She was now making direct eye contact with me, and again said my name, "Laura." Before I could freak out further, she kept talking. "Don't sit at the front of the bus, honey, please." I was so confused and upset. I just ripped my arm out of the woman's grasp. Some of my snacks went flying, and when I turned back around, the woman was gone. Now I was truly frantically looking around. I definitely had some clarifying questions, but when I couldn't locate her, I just kept repeating her words in my head. Finally, I decided I'd call my mom. Something about hearing her voice, I just started crying. It was honestly the strangest thing. Once I composed myself, I told her about the woman and what had just happened, what she said. My mom didn't want to scare me further, I could tell, so she acted like everything was fine, that the woman had probably heard my name, and that she was probably unwell. But it was my mom's suggestion that maybe I just take another bus altogether, just in case that woman was going to be on my bus. So I took my mom's advice. I grabbed the rest of my things, and I decided to hang out at the station until another bus was available. I ended up waiting around for more than an hour. I was just listening to music when suddenly my phone started blowing up. Text messages coming in from my friends. I went to read the messages, but my mom called, so I answered. "Oh my God, honey, thank God. You're still waiting for your bus, right?" She sounded almost manic. I reassured her that yes, I am. She told me not to freak out, that I needed to stay where I was. Her and my dad were going to come pick me up. I put her on speaker so I could go through my text messages and still hear what she was saying. My heart literally sank, and it felt like I had swallowed a giant rock. I ran over to the TV monitors. The fucking bus. The one that I was on. It crashed into a cement side rail along the highway. The driver had swerved into the side rail to avoid hitting 2 passenger cars that were already in an accident. I'm reading the text messages, reading the news subtitles, and listening to my mom as she tries to sugarcoat the situation. I tell my mom that I need to go to the bathroom and that I will call her back. I tell her I'm not going anywhere and that I'll wait for her and my dad. And then I just go sit in an empty bathroom stall for 15 minutes. I could not believe that I had actually just experienced a literal Final Destination moment. "Laura," and that old woman's voice just kept echoing in my head. Finally, I called my friend. I needed to let her know that I didn't know what the plans were yet, that my parents were on their way to pick me up, and that I was alive and well. I asked her what else she'd heard about the accident. She said that the only fatality from the bus crash itself was the driver, that he died on impact, some sort of metal rod incident that could have likely killed someone had they been sitting in the first 2 rows. And I can tell you now that my friend was right. The bus driver did lose their life, and it was due to the metal rotting inside the concrete barrier. And that metal rotting pierced through the first 2 rows of seats. One man was sitting in the second row and had moved just in time to not be affected by that part of the crash. People walked away with injuries, but for the most part, they walked away. Then there was me, completely uninjured by the whole thing, haunted, but intact. As for the woman, I don't know. To this day, her face rings no bells, nothing significant about her looks, just an average elderly woman. But sometimes I wonder if it's possible, just somehow, some way, that my deceased grandparents were looking out for me. Like, maybe it's somehow possible that they found a way to reach me, to protect me. Yeah, I don't know. I guess no matter what explanation I come up with, it will always sound a little crazy, and it will continue to sound as unreal as it always did. I live in a small town in Oklahoma that's located about an hour south of Oklahoma City. In my town, there's a Baptist church that pretty much everyone in town goes to if they're religious. Although I am religious, I've never really gone to church much, but if I did, I went there. The first time I attended the church was on my 7th birthday. I went with my friend because I was celebrating the day with him, and his family wanted to attend church first. I actually really enjoyed the youth class. All of my friends were there, so we goofed off more than we learned, and that made it appealing enough for me to want to go back a dozen or so more times. When I attended the church, the preacher was a very kind old man who always knew how to make you smile. He used to call me Red, because one time he challenged all the boys to eat a small jalapeno for $10. I ate it, and he said my face was so red he could mistake me for the Kool-Aid man. Whenever he would see me come to church, he would say, "How's it hanging, Red?" And when I would leave, he would say, "Stay cool, Red." I came to become one of his favorite children in the youth group, and I grew to really admire him. So 7 years ago, I was saddened when I found out that he had died. I was 13 at the time and was at a basketball game when a friend who went to the youth group with me had said that he died the night before from old age. He said the church was going to hold a dinner to honor his life that Sunday night, and he asked if I wanted to go. I told him yes. We get to the church, and there were cars filling up the parking lot and lining the streets. The place was so packed that they had to move tables outside. We went inside to find our friends, when one of the old ladies pulled my friend to the side. She asked my friend if he could go buy some more ice and drinks, and she gave him some money. He said he would be happy to and left. I decided to stay to see if I could be of service, as they were still setting up for the unexpected amount of people. After a few cups of tea and a lot of Dr. Pepper, I had to use the restroom. I made my way to the restroom only to find that it was occupied. I asked one of the church leaders if I could use the one in the nursery, and they said that it was in use too, and to go ahead and use the bathroom in the preacher's office. I hustled my way there, and I made it there right when I felt like my bladder was about to explode. I get done and I start washing my hands, and I hear the door to the office open and then close. I dry off my hands, I open the door, and see that no one's in the room. My immediate thought was that someone was just checking to see if anyone was in the office. I made my way to the door, and when I was walking out of the office, I heard clear as day, "Stay cool, Red." I currently live in the house that I grew up in. It's over 30 years old, and while living here, many unexplained things have happened. Nowadays, I'm incredibly attached to the home, and I could never imagine selling it. Since it's been literally 20 years of on-again, off-again experiences, I'm not really creeped out by them anymore. However, that wasn't always the case. Take the time that I was just 8 years old, my first experience. We'd just moved into the house, and it was one of our first nights actually staying the night with all of our furniture. I remember that it wasn't that late because we'd just finished eating dinner, and the news was on, but it was dark outside. I was sitting in my dad's recliner, listening to him and my mom laugh in the kitchen as they washed the dishes, and I was watching the news. Realizing that I didn't want to watch the news, I started to feel around for the remote. Then I noticed it was still next to the TV. Feeling lazy, I called out to my mom and dad to see if they would come and hand it to me. They didn't answer, so I assumed they couldn't hear me. Instead of screaming, I decided to get up. But right when I stood up, something pulled me back into the recliner. I looked up, and all I saw was black. It was a deep, black, shadow-type figure. No features, just the outline of shoulders and the shape of a head, large and round. Within moments, I felt my eyes become so heavy that I struggled to keep them open. And before I knew it, everything was black. The next time I opened my eyes, I saw my parents sitting on the couch next to the recliner. They were just watching TV. I felt incredibly groggy, asking my parents what happened. They just sort of looked at me, at each other, smiled, and my mom said, "What do you mean? You fell asleep, sweetheart." But I hadn't fallen asleep, had I? I mean, I was completely awake, and then that thing. Being a kid, when I told my parents what happened, it was explained to me that I had a dream. Except I'd had dreams before. This was not that. Then there was the bathroom downstairs, or the downstairs basement in general. At first, it was just a toilet and a sink, sort of dark and not inviting. There were some things that were left in the basement, among them a mirror, various large picture frames, curtains, random things. My mom put up the mirror, and she put a houseplant in the bathroom. This made it all a little less creepy. I remember being downstairs working on a project for science class when I had to pee. I darted into the bathroom, handled business, and as I was washing my hands, I glanced in the mirror and saw in the reflection someone standing outside the bathroom door, hovering over my project. I assumed my mom, but then I got that same feeling. Heavy eyes, so heavy I couldn't keep them open. I turned around and could see that the figure was just standing there. I tried to walk out of the bathroom, but towards the basement staircase. But before I could even fully exit the room, everything was dark. I woke up to my mother now standing over me, relieved that I had opened my eyes. My mom scheduled an appointment with the doctors after I had told her what had happened. When I compared it to the time that I was in the chair, I guess that's what worried her, that something was going on neurologically. But that doctor visit turned into another doctor visit, only to be told that I was fine. Nothing to indicate anything was wrong with my brain on any of the various scans that they had done. I do recall trying to explain the situation to the doctors, but it didn't seem to click with any adults that I talked to. They all seemed to assume this was a nightmare of some kind, but this was happening at hours that I would normally be wide awake. But almost every time that I would be in the basement alone, something strange would take place. I would always feel like something was there. Or like the time I was walking up the stairs and I saw a full-on hand reach out through the stairs, attempting to grab my leg. I shrieked and I ran up the stairs as fast as I could. I didn't tell my parents about this one, but I wouldn't have to. When I was in the 8th grade, I remember hearing my mother scream from downstairs. I was in my room, and as I ran out, I met my dad in the hallway, who looked at me, concerned. When we got to the area of the house where the basement door was, my mom was standing there, with her back against the door, breathing heavily. She's shooting my dad the craziest look, like she's mad but she's terrified. My dad is now walking up to her and asking if she's all right. She breaks eye contact with him to look at me for just 1 second. Then back to my dad, telling him that she needs to speak with him in the other room. Of course, I eavesdropped on the entire conversation, where I heard my mom tell my dad that there was someone under the stairs, that she saw a hand reach out as she was walking up. She tells him that she dropped all of the laundry and she locked the door. My dad demands to call the police, and she tells him no, it was a child. They're both quiet for a minute. When I hear them start to walk back, I scoot as far away as I can, but I'm still in view of the door. When they make their way into view, I walk over, but my mom tells me to stop. She tells me to go watch TV. I don't. Instead, I watch them go downstairs, while my dad calls out and my mom closes the door. Eventually, they come back up the stairs and are talking about how they just don't know, and that was the strangest thing. And then they shush themselves as they see me. They didn't talk to me about it then, but years later, I confirmed with my mom that she had seen what I had seen, and she confirmed it wasn't the only time that she had seen that child. Yes, child. I knew the hand looked small, but I never saw a full-on being, but she had. I focused on these two experiences, the shadow entity and the hand, because they were the things that really freaked me out. Throughout living here, though, it's far more than just those. It's been the sound of running up and down the stairs when no one is running. Like most occurrences, I was the first to notice, but also, like most occurrences, my parents caught on too. The shadows that you would always see just out of the corner of your eye. Each time I did, I would feel uneasy just for a second, wondering if I was going to pass out. But these glimpses felt different. Not as dark, literally in color, but also in the lack of feeling that came over me. Over time, the activity really dulled down. I do remember throughout my teen years having trouble with sleep, paralysis, insomnia, sleepwalking, but I seemed to grow out of that too. It wasn't until sometime last year, 2019, while talking with my mom, that we had the first occurrence we'd had in a while. We were together in the kitchen, and my mom brought up all the weirdness that used to happen in the house, talking about how strange it was that a lot of it had stopped when my dad passed away. He died of a heart attack back in 2014, and she had a good point. I hadn't thought about it like that, but it had been years. We started to reminisce about a lot of things, like how, when my dad first passed, we'd seen dimes placed in random places. Places like my vanity, right in the middle, or on my dad's side of the bed. We'd like to believe that my dad had left them there. Well, on this night, after cleaning the kitchen, we were both shocked and definitely emotional when we saw a dime sitting on the edge of the kitchen counter. This happened in 2015, just after I'd gotten my real estate license. It was a great year for selling houses. They were being sold like hotcakes, and the buyer's market was fresh with a ton of people looking to buy a new home. I was having a great year, and it had started to calm down a bit as we were hitting the rainy season. There was one house that I kept seeing listed and then taken off the market, only to be listed again. Each time, the price dropped. So it started to seem like something was wrong with the place. After about 3 months of watching the house, I decided to approach the sellers. I wanted to challenge myself to sell this home without them having to lower the price. The homeowners agreed. They were shocked almost that I wanted the opportunity, but I was confident. I had spent some time investigating the place, and by that I mean going over paperwork as well as the inspection reports. The house was in great condition. There was truly nothing wrong with this place. Easy sell, I told myself. Within the first week, I already had quite a few people who wanted to see the place, so I decided that I would host an open house. I brought in some decorators to stage the place. This is pretty common, and our office actually had our own staff to do this. We also had furniture and a storage unit. When I showed up to the house, I was kind of pissed off. The place was totally locked, which was great, but one of the large vases in the entryway had been broken, and a bunch of magazines from the holder were spread all over the living room floor. I quickly cleaned this up and started to set up the hors d'oeuvres. I'd deal with the decorators later, because otherwise they'd done a pretty great job. 15 minutes before opening, I decided to start a fire in the living room fireplace. Genius, I thought. It was rainy outside and a bit cold, and so I thought this would be the perfect finishing touch. As I finished lighting the fire, I heard the sound of a door close, and then a bit closer to me, the sound of another door closing. I checked my watch and then I looked out to the driveway. No cars except for my own. I walked back and found the door that had closed. It was the smallest of the 2 bedrooms. Apparently the first door closing was the closet within the bedroom, which was also now closed. I went inside the room to open the closet, and just as I did, the bedroom door slammed shut. It scared me, but like a jump scare. I cursed out loud, and then I walked out of the room, making sure that both of the doors were open first. Afraid this might happen while guests were there, I decided to find something to put in front of the doors to prop them open. I'd settled on some books that I'd found on the bookshelf, which I used to keep all the doors open. 5 minutes until guests would arrive. I sat in the kitchen area to keep an eye on the entrance. My back was facing the kitchen when I started to feel uneasy, like someone was watching me or was very close to me. I turned around, and then I jumped out of the bar stool so quickly that it actually fell over. Every single cabinet in the kitchen was wide open, and I found myself saying out loud, "What the actual?" as I was grabbing for my phone. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with my phone, but having it gave me security. I got the nerve to just walk into the kitchen and quickly shut everything. When I did this, I was again distracted by another noise. I couldn't even describe it other than a loud flutter. I was literally watching magazines be thrown across the living room and towards me. My heart started pounding as I ducked out of the way. And just when I thought that I would grab my phone to document what was happening, I watched as a strong gust of something threw large embers and a piece of wood from the fire and onto the rug just in front of the fireplace. Now, I was in disaster mode, rushing to the kitchen sink, where underneath we'd put a fire extinguisher. Running to the living room as fast as I could, I started to put the fire out. Once the log was extinguished, I just sprayed toward the fireplace itself, putting everything out before more fires could start themselves. Breathing in fumes and standing there, I heard another sound. The sound of someone pulling into the driveway. Showtime. People were literally starting to show up, and I had no idea what to do. I could not show this house, not in this condition, not ever. Just before walking outside, I glanced towards the bedrooms, and all of the doors are closed, and all of the books are stacked neatly in one pile. Hell no. I doubled back, grabbed my phone, my purse, my keys, and I ran outside. I had no reservations after what I'd just seen. I told the couple in the driveway that due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to call off the open house immediately, finishing with a suggestion that they don't look at this house at all. They looked a little confused, but they didn't question it. Taking my card, they got back into their car. I didn't leave the house immediately because I was afraid that I hadn't put all the fires out, and I really didn't want to burn these people's house down. It was bad enough that I was never going to be able to sell this place. I didn't need to destroy it, too. While sitting outside, I called my dad, asking if he wouldn't mind coming by after he was done showing a property of his own. He agreed, and so I waited. Sitting in the car, I stared at that house, feeling off. What had just happened? I had no idea, but looking at the house, I could have sworn I saw something pass by the front bedroom window, the smaller of the two, the one that had initially closed its doors. I started my car, and I drove down the block, deciding to wait for my dad there. Lucky for me, the only things that were ruined in all of this were the things that our office owned. The house itself was safe from damage, but I don't know about safe in general. I mean, at one point, there were magazines and fire flying around on their own accord. That's basically the poster child of not safe. Anyways, I never did end up selling that house, though the couple was able to sell it eventually. It was on the market for over a year, which was unheard of at the time. But after what I experienced, I completely understood. Not everyone wants to actually live in a haunted house.
I live in Chicago, and I used to stay in a classic walk-up in Hyde Park. One night, my boyfriend and I were asleep, and our puppy was on the floor when I was startled awake by something freezing cold touching my foot. It felt like a hand, and it was so cold it almost felt wet. Immediately, I thought of an elderly white woman with frazzled hair and small, bony hands. I'd like to think it was only my dog's nose, but my feet were under the covers. Growing up, the shower doors in my bathroom used to rattle at night. Our house was built in the late 1800s, but I had beautiful sliding glass doors on my shower. I asked my dad about it on 3 separate occasions and received a different answer each time. He thought it was either caused by the house settling or a passing train, though the closest tracks were a mile away. The last time I asked, we didn't live there anymore, and he joked that it could have been a ghost.
My husband and I bought a house in California. It was newly renovated and small, perfect for our small family of 4. Before it was renovated, drug addicts had squatted in the house for months, and so even though the history wasn't good, I never felt any dark energy in the house. Skip forward 8 years later. A family member was temporarily living with us, and without our knowledge, was using heavy drugs. Of course, once we discovered that, we immediately had them leave and get help. We found out that they'd been using drugs in our garage, where our washing machine and dryer are located. After they moved out, I began to feel dark energy in the darkness near our garage door. Whenever I went to do laundry, I felt this menacing male spirit glaring at me from the darkness. Being terrified in the garage, I would rush through the laundry and run inside. That was my routine. This happened for 3 years. Eventually, my husband would burn sage and walk through the house, especially the garage. It seemed to help. Months later, I was doing the laundry at night. While I was distracted by my thoughts, I heard a voice that sounded like a male. It was breathing heavily behind my ear. I immediately ran out of the garage. This happened one other time. The paranormal weirdness has gone away, but I still feel slightly afraid while in the garage. But this fear feels different. I think that it is due to memories of the bad energy, and maybe not so much bad energy itself. So one time, me and 2 of my friends were chilling in my living room. My 2 friends were both sitting on my couch about 6 or 7 feet away from me, who was laying on my lazy boy. I was getting drowsy and thought I might take a little bit of a nap. And I started getting a little bit cold. I need to mention here that I'd been unconsciously holding on to a cigarette lighter in one hand that had a metal lighter case on it. Anyways, since I was beginning to get chilly, I went to put my arms underneath me to warm them up. The second I did that, I started being electrocuted. And I don't mean shocked like static electricity or something. I mean my entire body started convulsing uncontrollably. I remember in that instant putting every ounce of my focus and energy into attempting to stand up. And after a few short seconds, I was able to. The moment I was able to, the electricity stopped shocking me, and I stood there, flabbergasted, not sure what the hell just happened. And what's even weirder, neither of my friends had even noticed what had just happened. When I told them, they didn't believe me. And it didn't really make a lick of sense to any of us since I hadn't been touching, or even near touching, anything electrical. My one friend turned the chair I'd been sitting on over and helped me look everywhere around for some kind of explanation. We found nothing. But a few minutes later, as I sat trying to convince them both that it had really happened, I opened my hand up and set the lighter down. And on my hand sat a little square burn, the same shape as the metal lighter that I'd been holding in my hand when it happened. I was shocked, but also relieved, because the burn was proof that it had really happened. I have no clue how I was able to get my body to stand up, or how I knew that's what would make it stop. But it did. And I still have no idea how I got shocked so dramatically from sitting in a cushioned chair. But it happened. So what do you think it was?